Already? What is up? What is up? Dude, perfect time with the music and everything. That is glorious. It's really glorious. What is up, Zapper? By the way, the Gen 3. Oh, yeah, well, actually, I screwed up the Gen 3 challenge right at the end. I still, like, kind of finished it, but we also did Gen 4. We finished Gen 4 as well. Talking about some of the Pokemon runs I've been doing over on Pokerogue for people not familiar. How's everyone doing? Let's make sure the, YouTube chat is loading properly. I need to see. No way to like test this off stream. I need to check if this is actually working. But anyway, we're going to be doing a little bit not working at all. Wait, over here. No? Wait. Oh, there it is. It's a little small. Small chat. Alright, that'll be good enough, hopefully. Probably. Anyways, up. We're gonna be doing something a little different because we'll be, even though the expansion's out already, let's do a card review for the new cards. A lot of people, I've already seen a lot of people complaining about a certain subset of the new cards, like 2 of them. But, oh, I need to change one other thing, crap. Actually. How do I even? I go here, okay. You have a Broken Hunter, nice. It seems like, from what I've seen, we have some data on HS replay and stuff. It seems like the balance got like slightly worse. Not like way worse, but slightly worse. Which is kind of inevitable with a new content release, you know? But it's like the main beneficiaries appear to be specifically Shaman and Death Knights, so okay, I just need to double check that again. Alright, there we go. Chat is working over on YouTube as well. So let's start talking about these cards really fast. So we're gonna go through all the classes one by one. I'll do like a, I'll probably make this a separate upload, so I might as well do a YouTube intro, but we'll jump right into the cards really quickly. I'll probably just upload this as one video, maybe. Anyway, 5, 4, 3, 2. Hey, what is up, YouTube? Kolst here. Future YouTube, we have current Twitch. Right, amazing timing with that. We have current Twitch here getting us with these commands, but also current YouTube as well. The MINISET has just been launched for Arena, so we're going to talk about all the new cards. I believe there's like 35 cards, or 38 cards in every MINISET, right? 3 cards per class, and then 5 neutral cards. We're going to go class by class, and then we're going to talk about the neutrals at the end. There are a few very broken cards that are already devastating the Arena meta, as it's been live, and I've already seen a lot of people complaining about some of them. But that is that. And to answer the question as well, what changes with the meta? Currently, there are no changes in the meta other than just the MINISET cards are in. They haven't changed anything else, but the MINISET cards, some of them are very impactful. So we'll be talking about those in just a second. So with that, let's jump right into Death Knight and immediately into one of the most impactful cards as well. Also a good time because we're going to talk about the new mechanic as well, which is Gigantify. So Gigantify is like the opposite of Miniaturize, kind of. I mean, it does a similar thing in that it gives you a second copy of the card, but instead of giving you a 1-mana 1/1, it gives you an 8-mana 8/8 instead. And that is very relevant for some of these Gigantify cards, such as this one, because, for example, Toy Snatching Geist, 3-mana 2/1 undead with Gigantify. Battlecry Discover an Undead, reduces cost, by this minion's attack. Okay, so a few things to pay attention with there. Obviously, there's a lot of implications for this card around mana cheat and stuff like that. But yeah, it's a 3-mana 2/1, which is weak, but you're getting a discount. First of all, there's hand buff synergy, but also you're getting at least a discount of 2 mana on whatever you discover. So it's effectively like more like a 1-mana 2/1. And then on top of that, you're getting an 8-mana 8/8 with the same effect. And Discover an Undead is really good. Oh, there was one other change actually in the patch notes, which is that Discover got a lot better because they removed, I think the cutoff was like 4 years ago. Everything older than 4 years ago is no longer discoverable in Arena. So things like any Discover got significantly better. There aren't a lot of garbage Undeads in the pool anymore. So Undead Discovers got better. They were already good, even with that, and now they're significantly better. So that's one thing there. And then, yeah, you get the first mode, if it was a standalone card, would already be really good because it's effectively a 1-mana 2/1 plus a Discover. But now this thing is also gives you, thank you, Adblock. This thing also gives you an 8-mana 8/8, which also gives you a free Undead. So if you happen to hit something really big, it's completely broken as well. So yeah, I mean, there's just certain things, you can get like a 0-mana 8/8 that fills your boards with skeletons or something. There's just a lot of things. This card's just completely batshit broken. So with that, we move on to the next one. Next one we have here is Helm of Humiliation. 4-mana shadow spell. Give a minion -5/-5. Give a minion in your hand +5/+5. So you can compare this to something like Righteous Defense. If you compare this to Righteous Defense and Paladin, you'd probably say it's worse. It's more expensive. It doesn't kill everything, right? So it's a little bit weaker, but having said that, it's still a good standalone card. The biggest problem with this card is that it's just double blood, and you just generally don't want to go anything other than Rainbow. You don't really want to go double blood. That's kind of the biggest problem with this. Otherwise, it's really good. There's potential hand buff synergies, such as if you just happen to hit something like this, for example, right? There's a lot of hand buff synergies, so like it should be good. The big problem with it, honestly, is just that it's double blood, which makes you not really want it too much. So, it's okay, but again, you probably want to avoid, if you already have double blood, you might pick it a lot more likely, but I would avoid trying to lock in double blood just to get something like this compared to what else you can probably get instead. Essentially. So with that, we move on to Foam Render, 5-mana 5/1 weapon in Death Knight again. Whenever your hero attacks, spend 3 corpses and gain +1 durability. So, I mean, this is pretty insane in the sense that it's like it literally just kills your opponent in 6 turns by itself. It's kind of hilarious. The only drawback of this card is if you don't have an excess of corpses. If you have a lot of other corpse spenders already, you simply might not be able to utilize this, right? And having said that, you need 3 swings for this to even be better than Arcanite Reaper, which wouldn't be considered a great card anyway, right? So you do actually need to get significant value out of the corpse spending to make it good. Having said that, it's like, 5 damage every turn is a very good way to spend corpses. This is probably the best way to spend corpses in the entire game, I would argue, right? Like just getting 5 damage for 3 corpses. That's way better than anything else you can do with corpses, I think. So it would be a drawback more on the other cards that can potentially waste corpses compared to this. I guess like 2/2 rushes would be the other thing you might say you could argue would be better, right? But if you have Army of the Dead. But yeah, and Corpse Bride would be like maybe comparable in certain cases because it's more immediate. Yeah, but like Army of the Dead is probably the only one I would probably argue is generally better. But that doesn't go face, so it still depends. But yeah, it's I think it's a very strong weapon because of that. That's just the one thing, is that if you have too much corpse spending, not enough corpses, you just won't be able to use it properly, and then it's not good. But I think it's easier to pull off than like the warrior weapon, which also has like kind of different but same kind of drawbacks, right? So I think it's a good card. Next up, we move on to Demon Hunter. We have Sock Puppet, Slither Spear, 1 mana 2/1, 1 mana 1/3 Naga. Common. This minion's attack is improved by your heroes. Now, I don't actually... This is only temporary on your turn, right? I actually... The first time I read this, I thought it was like going to be a permanent buff, but it must be temporary, right? And if you equip a weapon, I assume, since you don't actually have attack on your enemy, on your opponent's turn, it wouldn't actually work, right? So on the opponent's turn, it's still going to be a 1/3, but you have the potential on your turn to have a whole lot of attack on this thing, potentially. As is, I mean, it's still going to be, regardless, I would imagine that's how it works. It's still, so it's worse than if it was like gaining permanent buffs, but it's still a 1 mana 1/3 at the very worst, and then on your turn it's likely to hit really hard. And it could be like, you know, you could just kill people with that potentially if they're not. You put 2 of these down and they don't die. There's a potential you just win automatically. So I mean, it's a 1-drop, but it's a very good 1-drop. You know, you don't have that high of expectations for a 1-drop, you would say. So I mean, it's good. It's just, yeah, it's not the same impact of some big board swing potentially later, but it's good, right? So it is decent. Next up, Return Policy. I actually thought this was a hunter card because this is a reprint of a hunter card. 3 mana spell. Discover a friendly death rattle card you've played this game. Trigger its death rattle. So it adds the death rattle to your hand, and then you also trigger the death rattle. So then afterwards you can play it again. This is a reprint of 9 Lives from Hunter. The only difference was in 9 Lives, you had to actually trigger the death rattle, and for this one you have to have actually played it. What's really bizarre and weird about this card is that so much of the death rattle synergy in Demon Hunter specifically is built around cheating out death rattles, but then if you cheat out a death rattle, you didn't play it. So this doesn't even work. So that is just really, really bizarre. A lot of the time in Arena, anyway, since we are doing an Arena review, you end up playing them anyway. So, I mean, it's probably going to be fine. But that still has a non-trivial chance of, like, you know, if you cheat out, you play either the 2 mana 3/2 or the 3 mana 3/3 that cheats out a death rattle, like, it might just invalidate this. So that makes it kind of weird and bad. Like, it's just not going to work. It's already conditional, and that just makes it even more conditional. And your death rattles in this class probably aren't that good anyway. So I feel like that just makes this not very good on average. Like, if you have the perfect deck for it, sure, but like, I think most of the time you're just not going to want this, really. So it's just a little bit too conditional. Umpire's Grasp still shows as 3 mana in this thing, interesting. In the card website. Anyway. Next up, we have Gibbering Reject. Last card for Demon Hunter here. 4 mana 3/3 Demon. After your hero attacks. Turn that music a little bit. After hero attacks, summoning another Gibbering Reject. So, I mean, at worst, right, you can play a 5 mana 3/3 with another 3/3 with 1 damage from your hero power. That already seems pretty good. And then there's the additional benefit of, if any of it doesn't die, you just keep getting more. You can also equip a weapon on turn 3. Unfortunately, you can't equip Umpire's Grasp anymore. But any weapon you can equip earlier on, you can save it up for this, so then you can do it on turn 4. Yeah, it's pretty easy to pull off, and there's not really much downside. I mean, the downside is it's just not doing anything more broken than just putting a bunch of stats down immediately. But it also requires your opponent to be able to kill it, or else it's going to snowball out of control really quickly. You'd imagine a decent amount of time they can probably just kill one, but not both of them. And then it's just going to keep getting more value. So it's going to end up being pretty reasonable. So, or it's going to be very good at that case already. So it's like the best similar to like some of the patron cards. Yeah, it's just a lot better than a lot of the other ones. So I think it's a strong card. I think you will pick this pretty often. It fits a lot in what you generally want to do with Demon Hunters. Just take advantage of being ahead on board and stuff. I'm doing well, Arvid. How are you doing? Next up, we move on to Druid here. So let's see what we have in Druid. The first one here is Overgrown Beanstalk. I understand that reference. Summon 3 mana, summon a 2/2 Treant. Draw a card for each Treant you control. So it's always going to draw at least one card. Yeah, Treant synergy. This is like, it probably ends up being like one of those cards. It's not good enough. Like a 3 mana 2/2 plus draw one card really isn't good enough. You need to have more Treant synergy, right? Which currently the whole like Treant token type druids, I mean, you can try, but it just isn't very consistent right now. There's just not enough. I would expect at some point in the future you might be able to do Treant builds a lot more in Arena, and then this card might actually just be really, really good. Right now it's probably just not. You would take it if you just want card draw to find your combo activators and stuff. But yeah, otherwise currently it's just not that good. But I feel like this would be a card you would watch for the future in case they ever adjust the card pool to make Treant and token type builds better. This would be the kind of card that could suddenly get a lot better, but right now it just doesn't seem like it would be. Watch all my content in the last 2 years in a week. Glorious. Appreciate that. Next up, Snuggly Teddy. 3 mana 2/4 Beast with Gigantify and Elusive and Lifesteal and Taunt. So again, there wasn't a Gigantify card in Demon Hunter, was it? I guess only certain classes have it. But anyway, it's a lot of Taunt, it's a lot of Elusive, a lot of Lifesteal, right? So if you have some kind of really good, it's a lot of stats, right? Again, you get like an 8 mana 8/8, which has all the effects as well. It's a lot of this stuff. The only problem with it is that some classes can get through this anyway, but so that's the problem. And it's a little bit awkward that you can't just, if you top deck this, you're not gonna be able to do both forms at once. It's still gonna be a little weak, and they'll know the next one's coming. They'll be able to prepare for it, stuff like that. That's gonna make it a little bit weird. It's like, in theory, right, this would be a good survivability card. I feel like in Druid it's just gonna be a little bit awkward because anytime you play this, you're falling behind, and then I don't know if this is actually gonna be like the thing that's gonna help you come back exactly. It's not gonna help you come back on board. It might keep you alive, but like it's a little bit of a misfit with Druid, I feel like, this card. So I think it's fine, but I wouldn't necessarily, you need other things like Spawn of Onyxia, for example, or whatever it's called. Not Spawn of Onyxia. Scale of Onyxia. You need like Scale of Onyxia or other things like that in addition to stuff like this to really make it work. Like, it's just not going to keep you, it's not going to put you in a winning position in a longer game is the point. So I think it's fine, but it's just not, it may underperform relative to what people think. Next up, Sparkling File. 3 mana arcane spell. Deal 2 damage. Your next card this turn costs that much less. So this is again another kind of weird synergy card for, spell damage strategy. As is, I mean, as long as you can use this, I guess it's 1 mana deal 2. It can go face. It's kind of like just an arcane shot, right? It's fine. But I mean, it's not that great, If you have a whole lot of spell damage, which you never will in Arena, then, I mean, that would be good in theory, I guess. But you're never going to do that. So 1 spell damage does make it like pretty good, right? It's a 0 mana deal 3. So it's fine. I mean, that becomes pretty good at that point. You don't need that much for it to work, right? But I don't know. I don't know how much you would really expect out of this. You might end up taking it. I mean, if it's against other weaker cards, but generally in Arena, you don't want to go for the whole spell damage synergy anyway, so you probably wouldn't. Yeah, we are reviewing the mini-set cards. So with that, we move on to the next class, which is Hunter. Wilderness Pack is here. 1 mana. Add 5 random beasts to your hand at the end of your turn. Discard them. So it's like, what is it? It's evocation, but for beasts in Hunter. This card actually probably got this probably would have actually been just not good with the whole wild discover pool because there's so many bad beasts. This got a lot better in Arena because of the recent change where they made discovers or other random generation better. Again, you can only generate cards in the last 4 years now. So that's going to make this better than it would have been. Obviously, you would just play this same way you play an evocation, right? Whenever you either just don't have a play at all, or ideally when you have all your mana and you can get like 2 or 3 plays out of this maybe. Or just hope to fish for a broken legendary, right? In any case, it should be pretty good, right? You can hopefully get something relatively useful out of this, and a lot of the time you probably get multiple relatively useful things out of it, so should be pretty good, I would say. Probably not crazy. There's other ways to get value in Hunter nowadays, but is there any card? I don't think there's anything that really like directly synergizes with this, because hand buffs are generally going to be slower. I mean, if you happen to have a buzzard on the board or something, and then you can pop it and then play this and then pop it, but like it's not very likely. I don't think there's anything that really synergizes in that way. But there's things that synergize with just having a lot of beasts, though, so that would be more relevant probably. Next up, Bargain Bin. 2 mana secret. After your opponent plays a minion, spell, or weapon, draw a card of the other 2 types. The thing that's going to be weird about this one is you just don't always have a weapon. And if you don't have a weapon, your opponent is probably going to play a minion or a spell first. It's pretty unlikely they play a weapon. I mean, some people might play a weapon to try to play around secrets and not trigger one, but most of the time your opponent's going to play a minion or a spell. And then if you don't have a weapon, that means you only draw 1 card instead, right? Instead of 2. And if this card only draws 1, it's really not worth it. You have some benefit. You're mind gaming your opponent. They might end up like misplaying because they expect your secret to actually do something. And that, in addition to actually getting 2 card draws, is good. But you know, it's probably wait, Sparkling File was already there. Which one is Sparkling File? Did I review a card that was already out? In Druid? Wait, this card was already in the game? Oh. This card was in? Oh. Okay, let's finish the review of the other thing. I've never seen that card in my life. I'm looking for cards I've never seen before. Okay, anyway. Yeah, it's like if you actually have weapons, this card's pretty good because it's 2 mana, draw 2, and you might get extra value of it being a secret. It's always going to trigger, so you don't have to worry about that. But that would be the big problem, is if you don't have weapons, that's not good. Okay. Is this card not draftable then? Maybe this just isn't draftable. I didn't realize that, because I've never seen it. Maybe it's just not draftable. Okay, Tyranus is the last card in Druid, actually, in fact. 6 mana, 7/7, Taunt, Elusive. With Battle Cry, if you have 10 mana crystals, gain +7/+7. This is another card where it's like, unfortunately, it's like so many. Obviously, it's very good. It's like a much, much better version of Tyranus, right? That's the whole meme of the the thing. It's a Tyranus. Tyranus is a 14/14 now, right? This thing's a Tyranus, but it only costs 6 mana, but also you have the option to play it earlier. So much better in that way. However, just playing a big thing of stats, even though it has Elusive and Taunt, I still don't think is very good. The 7 mana 7/7 Elusive Taunt Dragon is like unplayably bad. This is a lot better. Like, it's fine. The problem with this card more than anything is just that it's in your legendary slot. And you I think you actually still need more from a legendary than this thing. And by turn 10, most games are going to be over. So it's like a good standalone card, but it's just probably not what you're actually expecting from a legendary, I feel like. Things that don't really turn on until turn 10. Just not that great, so yeah. Fortunately, because you can play it on 10 mana, you can at least try to play around Deadly Shot. but not consistently, unfortunately. So yeah. All right, and back to Hunter with another legendary. Product 9 here. 5 mana 4/4 Mech and Beast Battlecry. Recast every friendly secret that triggered this game. This is going to be one of those cards that gloriously baits people into drafting every secret and then having a terrible deck because their whole deck is secrets instead of cards that are actually good. I mean, in theory, this could work, right? It's a little scary having to pick this on pick 1 because you might not even get the good secrets and then it's terrible. The other problem is if it recasts secrets, your opponent knows what all of them are, so they can at least hope they can potentially and very likely play around them at least reasonably well, right? Even though it's a lot of value, it's just your opponent. Your secrets aren't going to get maximum value because your opponent would know what they are. So, again, and in theory, it should be it's a powerful effect. It should be good, but it's like, again, you're making your deck worse to even try to play into this. It just doesn't seem like a card that's going to perform particularly well, mainly for that reason, I would say. What's the name of the similar card? I forget. But yeah, there's something very similar to it. It's another 5 mana 4/4. Next up, we have Mage. Mage is the first card we hear. I actually checked on just replay already. This card's not in Arena. This is if your deck has no minion synergy, and these cards just aren't draftable, so we move on. Next up is buy one, get one freeze. 3 mana Frostspell. Freeze a minion. Summon a frozen copy of it. That seems very, very good. Anything that you can do, I mean, you're doing freeze things, right? So, it hurts for you if you can, in some cases, you probably wouldn't normally, but in some rare cases you might do it to copy your own minion, but because of the freeze, you're obviously not going to want to. Getting 2 frozen copies generally isn't going to be that good unless you're copying a big taunt, which Mage doesn't usually have anyway. So, it's just probably not going to use it that way very often. You're just going to use it on your opponent's minions, and then you get a copy of something good, you freeze their copy, so you erase their threat temporarily as well. I think it's very strong for that reason, because you can pretty reasonably expect this to be like a freeze plus, I don't know, what, 7/7 in stats or something, right? And saving you a lot of health and stuff as a result of the freeze, so it seems very, very good. Not going to win the game by itself, but, very good in Mage. Next up and last for Mage, we have Dark Moon Magician. 3 mana 2/4 elusive minion. It cannot be targeted by spells again, and after you cast a spell, cast a random spell that costs 1 more. Critical that does not say targeted at enemies or anything. Would be very cool versus Cool Gold, that last card, yeah. So would this, because of the stat line. It doesn't say it targets enemies, but it's not targetable, so you also cannot target your own elusive card. So that means, your spells are not going to target this at least, so it's not going to hit your side of the board, at least with this thing. And there's a lot of RNG on this, and I would imagine this thing probably isn't that objectively strong, but obviously it's the kind of thing that's going to have its moments, because if it just sticks around and then it might protect itself theoretically, it might cast a secret that makes it stay alive or something, or prevent it from being able to be removed by your opponent. It might, also protect itself on board, and then it could pop off in theory. Because the way you would want to do this most of the time would probably be to combo it just with multiple spells later on, and then, it's kind of like a trick totem, yeah, but it's more like you can't play it early, but you play it out as a battle cry almost with other spells. So it's probably objectively not the strongest thing in the world, but yeah, it's just one of those things that occasionally is going to be. It's very high variance is the whole point, right? Because it could also just fireball you in the face and then you could just die, but it could also be very, very strong. Depends on what you're comboing it with. So, yeah. Next up, we move on to Paladonger. First one is, this card was in, right? So, not this one. Whack-a-Knoll. 1 mana spell. Discover a paladin weapon from the past. Give it +1/+1. From the past generally means something that's just not in standard, right? So there's still a lot of really good I don't know exactly what this invalidates, but obviously some of the most recent really strong weapons, but there's still a lot of really strong weapons later on. Oh yeah, you can get the Wind Fury Horn now. Yeah, there's a lot of really good paladin weapons in the past. Not as good as some of the most recent ones, all of them, but yeah, you can get Horn now. Pretty insane. Yeah, game +1/+1 on weapons is generally really good, so this thing definitely is going to have... I have to imagine this has a decent chance of missing. Wait, Horn is still in standard? Really? Or maybe it is. But, yeah, whatever. There's going to be a lot of good things you can hit, but there's going to be a real chance this whiffs, too. But generally, any weapon you get with +1/+1 is still going to be really good. Yeah, you cannot hit Painters. Painters is very new. That's for sure. But, there's a lot of good things. So it's going to be a good card. You pick it pretty reasonably often, I would say. Next up, Flickering Light Bot. 3 mana 3/3 mech with Gigantify, and the effect costs 1 less for each holy spell you've cast this game. So, even though it's a lot of stats and a lot of value, I guess, but at a baseline, you would say it's not very good by modern standards to get a 3 mana 3/3 and an 8 mana 8/8 for one card. It's kind of funny because years ago you would have said, oh my god, that's insane, right? But it's just, you know, too slow to actually be considered good nowadays. Having said that, you're gonna have... you almost always have at least a couple holy spells. You probably don't have that many most of the time, you would say, but still, you're going to have enough to make this good. Really, even with just one cast, a 2 mana 3/3 and a 7 mana 8/8 is already pretty good. It's pretty decent even by modern standards, and then, you know, you can make it significantly cheaper and then it's completely batshit broken. So I would say, yeah, very strong card. Obviously, if you're really late in your draft, you don't have holy spells, you know, don't prioritize this highly, but that's probably not going to happen most of the time. Usually it's going to be pretty good. And then last up, we have Holy Glowsticks. 4 mana, holy spell. With lifesteal, deal 4 damage, which can go face as well, which is really important in Paladin, actually, because they don't have that many cards that do that. That's going to make it significantly better, actually. And then also, costs only 1 mana. You cast a holy spell this turn. I will say, though, that is a pretty hard condition to trigger. Just the way that holy spells are in Paladin. You'll be able to do it like later on potentially, but like a lot of holy spells you want to play on curve, and then you don't generally have that many, and you're not necessarily gonna be able to do this at the same time. So I think that's a very hard condition to trigger, but having said that, lifesteal and damage that can go face is still going to be good enough that this card is still probably going to be pretty good. Even if you expect a lot of the time it's just not going to go off, it's going to be reasonable just because those are things that Paladin would love to have. And removal as well, right? Just powerful effects. So even if you're overpaying for it, probably reasonable to put in your deck, especially with the possible upside. Next up, we have Priest, getting more Priest things. First one is Funhouse Mirror. 3 mana shadow spell. Summon a copy of an enemy minion. It attacks the original. So it's another really good priesty removal. What do we want to say? This kills a lot of things, right? Anything that has equal attack and health or higher attack than health just automatically kills. Gonna be a lot, I guess, less efficient than Shadow or Death or Light It Burns or other things that could do the same thing. But for that upside, you have the benefit that you can either copy a Death Rattle if they have, you know, some big Death Rattle minion. You get the Death Rattle too. It would be better. A net silence removal. It's already making it worth it. Or if your opponent happens to have something with a powerful effect, say they play a Ysera, for example, then you get to copy the Ysera and yours will live. So overall, I have to imagine that's going to be enough upside that you would consider putting in your deck, even if you end up using it. A lot of the time you'd end up using it as what would be considered, it's funny to say, a 3-mana assassinate might be considered an overpriced removal, but that's where we're at in Hearthstone nowadays. Even if you're only doing it for that, it's still good enough. But yeah, for the upside, sometimes it's going to be one of those things that can win you the game. The one downside is you can't use it to copy your own Ysera, because you might be willing to do that if you could, even if they attack each other. It would still be potentially worth it, but you can't use it on your own minion. But I think, yeah, just a potential value card, but also just removal seems pretty useful. Next up, we have Puppet Eater, 4 mana, 2 charge, location. Choose an enemy minion, get a 1/1 copy of it that costs 1. So they really love these priesty cards making these now. So yeah, I mean, you're getting copies of enemy minions. Again, I mean, this one specifically, it's going to be weird once you have this, and your opponent's just going to know it's there, and they're not going to be able to play a lot of their cards that have good death rattles or whatever. That's going to make a lot of really weird game states, because people get held hostage by just the presence of this thing. It's a weird card because, I mean, unless your opponent actually plays something good into it, it doesn't really do anything, right? And you're paying a lot for this thing. So that might limit how good it really performs, I would say. I don't know, because there's going to be a lot of time. You're getting a 1-mana 1/1, so it kind of prevents them from playing any good battle cries or anything, right? The other thing kind of countered death rattles, and this kind of counters just like any battle cry, right? Or any passive effect also. So I feel like this one, compared to like a lot of other locations for that reason, probably isn't that be good, but isn't going to be that good on average, just as a result of that, because it's just not always going to work, and a lot of times priests die by just getting rolled over by tempo, and this just won't help with that, right? Your opponent could potentially play around it, but if you have a good greedy priest, you would love to have one of these just because it essentially invalidates a lot of the options your opponent would have, right? So that just makes it overall pretty conditional, I would say, but it could be really good in the right decks, right? So that is that. And then is that it? Oh, I skipped this one. Delayed Product. Soontium. 4 mana spell. Discover and summon a minion that costs 8 or more. It goes dormant for 2 turns. Because of the recent change to Discover, this got a lot better as well. The one thing with this is that there's still going to be a decent chance you're just going to get like an 8/8 or something out of this. Probably more often than not, you'll get something notably better than that. There aren't that many cards in Priest you can even hit off of this, I don't think. So a lot of times you're going to be looking at like neutral 8 drops, but you know, that could mean I forget the name of the legendary, the 8 mana 6/10 that steals your opponent's cards. You get like the giant taunt guys or whatever. There's a lot of good things you get. I think it's going to be pretty good, because at least if you get a 4 mana 8/8, it's bad. Like with the amount of dormant that is, it's kind of bad. But if you high roll it, it's really good. So again, it would be one of those things. It's kind of a greedy card, because in a good priest, you would just get away with playing this whenever you want, either on turn 4 or later. And then the upside is worth it. But it's kind of the same problem where it's not going to help you not die if your problem is dying and people are killing you. So again, a lot of these priest cards are like that, where it's like priest is really it's another just sink or swim card. It's like either you have all the packages for priest and then it's going to be really good, but otherwise it's going to be really bad. It's just really because of like it's really delayed if you get just like an 8/8 or something. So that makes it a little weak, but I don't know. It's just another thing where it's like in the right deck, you'll be able to make it work and then it'll be fine. But probably I guess there's just better opportunity. The opportunity cost of this card is probably too high to really want to pick it, I would say. So, yeah, it's probably not very good on average, but another thing that would have its moments. Next up, we have Twisted Pack. 1 mana spell. Add 5 random cards from other classes to your hand. At the end of your turn, discard them. I was actually looking at the stats for this one, and I think this one was actually not performing super well, which I was slightly surprised by. Let me double check that actually. Cheating for the review. Yeah, it's like its stats aren't doing. It's nice having stats for the review. Like I say, objectively, it's not that good. I think it's surprisingly worse than you would think, just because Rogue has other ways of doing this, and also there's just chances of getting cards that just don't really work in this class. Right? Appreciate it, living meme. Obviously it can work though if you need value, right? If you need ways to just generate a scam or something, it's decent. It's just there are so many other ways for Rogue to do this. You'd probably rather have just any of the other. I think you would rather have a lot of the other cheap generations from other classes that just don't have the discard effect on it. So you'd rather have more guaranteed value essentially compared to this. I think it's still fine. The ultimate Hail Mary twisting Netherfish. That is true, yes. So I mean, it's not a bad card, but I think it's going to be slightly worse than you would expect it to be. It's still fine, like draftable, but probably just not that great usually. Next up, Dust Bunny. 3 mana 3/2 beast with Battlecry and Death Rattle. Add a random piece of junk to your hand. But the junk is actually pretty good cards, well, most of them. You either get a Wicked Knife, which is a hero power, or a banana, or a coin, or a rock. So a lot of those are pretty good. Originally I thought it was just one, and I was like, that seems a little weak. But you get 2 of them, right? So you overpay a bit, you get a 3 mana 3/2, but then you get 2 things that are generally considered more valuable than their mana cost, right? Well, the banana seems a little bit weak, honestly, compared to the other options. But obviously, it can be good in certain cases. It's another card that can just randomly generate 2 rocks, and then you have spell damage, and you just kill your opponent from 8, and then they and then they rage about losing a 1 to 64, which would be funny. That's like peak hearthstone right there. Overall, I think, imagine you just get like 2 coins, and the other thing is like any of these things are going to help you combo anything, right? Which is, we're going to talk about a combo card in just a second for the third MINISET card for Rogue. But yeah, these are generally like good enough that I think it's worth the cost of this. You're getting some extra value. I think it's just generally a reasonable card. The combo synergy, it seems like a nice thing. You're going to want to have, you would like to have this card, I think. So I think decent card. Not amazing by any means, but good card. And then last card in Rogue, Dubious Purchase. 4 mana, Rogue spell, draw 3 cards, combo, destroy a random enemy minion. Yeah, I'm sure Dust Bunny would see play in like Miracle Rogue 2, you would think, right? You'd just be so bad if you'd be so mad if you actually hit the dagger though. So this card seems pretty good. 4 mana draw 3. 5 mana draw 4 is also a card. That's Sprint nowadays, even though I don't think that's actually in Arena right now. Now Sprint was 5. I think it's 5 now, right? I think they buffed it to 6 and then they buffed it again to 5, didn't they? I could be wrong. I think it's 5 now. I think they actually buffed it twice. But I could be wrong. But anyway, obviously having like combo activators from Dust Bunny is good. The only downside of this card really, I mean 4 mana do nothing's a little bit slow, so you wouldn't really want to play this on 4. The one downside is that you can't use it like an Assassinate on turn 4, which sometimes you want to, right? But overall, it's not going to be that hard later on to... Most of the time, you'd probably want to play it later anyway, and then you'll have no problem comboing it, most likely, realistically, because you're a rogue. So I think this card's going to be pretty good. The downside of having a combo, it's like every combo card. They all tend to have the downside that just sometimes you can't. But I mean, it's enough upside that I think you'd be happy to draft it anyway, because a lot of times you just get an Assassinate with a bunch of hand refill, which is kind of insane. So seems very good. Next up, we have Shaman. Oh yes, and Shaman, talking about Gigantify cards. We have Murlock Growfin. 1 mana, 1/1 Murlock with Gigantify. Battle Cry. Summon a Tiny Fin with Rush and stats equal to this minion's. This thing is completely, absurdly broken, because if you think about it, this is already a 1 mana 1/1 with another 1/1 Rush. That is already a premium 1-drop. Okay, if it did not have a Gigantify, this would already be on the upper end of 1-drops in the game. However, in addition to that, because it even has like late game relevance because it's a ping in a non-ping class Rush, like it would already be a very good card if it did not have Gigantify. But in addition to that, you get another 8 mana 8/8, which also summons an 8/8 with Rush. So, on top of being a premium 1-drop, it's also one of the best late game cards ever made, simultaneously. So, yeah. I mean, this has discussion of being like in the discussion probably of one of the best cards they've ever made in this game period. So, we just move on. Next, yeah, if you could draft like 40 of those, you would. You actually would, like, legitimately. 30 of those would beat almost anything. Next up, Rocket Hopper. It'd probably be better to have only like 20 of them, though, to be honest. You couldn't even use that many. But yeah. 5 mana, 10/10 Beast with Rush, and Overload 4. There are ways to cheat out Overload, and then it's insane, obviously. The other thing is that this is just a card that is now in the Evolve pool that your opponents can high roll into. Overall, I mean, you'd have to imagine this is pretty good as a standalone card. I mean, if you play it on turn 5, your opponent's gonna have a decent chance of just not being able to deal with it, right? And then you're getting 10 face damage, most likely. And then at that point, you got a 9 mana 10/10, which is okay. But you also got Rush and Initiative, and you also, like, it's gonna be good enough. The downside is, obviously, if you play this on turn 5, your opponent deals with it immediately. You only have 2 mana the next turn, right? So that's a little bit bad. But they had to assassinate this, so I would think it's pretty good, especially, again, like, you have the 2 mana 2/1 that prevents you from overloading. You can play this on 7 with that thing, for example, and then it's just really good. Or you play that after this, and then you get your mana back. So, like, both those work. So I don't think this is like a super, super premium card. It's not like the Murlock, but it's good enough that I think you would be pretty happy to have it. I don't know how I would rate against like other premium cards. It might not be quite at the same level as, like, you know, the Cow Summoners, but I think it's pretty good, actually. Next up is the last card in Shaman, Wave of Nostalgia. 5 mana nature spell. Transform all minions into random legendary ones from the past. I don't know exactly how good a random legendary from the past is. This is a weird card because it's another one of those things where it transforms everything. I believe this does not. It's inconsistent with the other card, by the way, the quest reward. It doesn't transform your hand or anything, I don't think. From my understanding, this transforms only the board. Transforms both boards, though. So you essentially have to clear off your opponent's board and try to summon a lot of things and then do this. So it's a little bit hard to trigger off, but obviously very high upside if you get to pull it off. And you can also, in a neutral game state, you can, if you think you're losing anyway, you can just YOLO it and just hope you high roll it, right? So that makes it like reasonably useful. You don't want to draft too many cards like this, but having one in your deck, sure. And this is a common card for some reason. Remember when things like this used to be like legendaries, or at least like epics, and now this is a common, so you're gonna get thrown these like candy. For that reason, you probably just don't want to prioritize it that highly in the draft, just because you expect to get more of them. And, you know, you don't need, like, this and Bloodlust have similar conditions too, so you wouldn't need, you know, overlap. So I think for that reason, you probably just don't prioritize it that high. But yeah, I mean, you'd be pretty happy to have this, like, just have one of these in your deck for sure. You just wouldn't need to prioritize it because it's a common. So that. Next up, we go to Warlock. Mass Production is the first card here. 1 mana, Warlock spell. Draw 2 cards, deal 3 damage to your hero. Shuffle 2 copies of this into your deck. So, with this card, it's basically, you're getting a better life tap, right? You pay 1, compared to life tap, well, the one thing is that, yeah, you're net +1 card, just like life tap is. But you're overpaying by 1 health, but you're getting an extra, you only have to pay 1 less mana. So generally you would pay a mana for a health any time, right? So that's pretty good. The one downside of this is that it does make your deck worse, because if you're drawing cards but then you're just going to draw this, it kind of undoes the benefit, right? So that's a little bit weird. But still, I think it would be pretty good. First of all, because you're drawing cards, and then this actually also wins you fatigue, technically, if it comes down to that. And gives you other things to discard that aren't actual cards in your deck, if you're discarding cards out of your deck. So there's some upsides there. Additional downside with sludges, though, because it might shuffle your sludges. But the thing that makes this, I think it's okay just in general, but also what you would really want this card with is if you have just kind of the handlock build, which a lot of times you do, right? You have the card that deals AoE damage when your hand is bigger, which I think that card is here, right? If you have like table flip, right? If you have that kind of build where you have just been offered these, table flip is what's going to make this card feel really good, I think. Otherwise, it's like fine, you could take it, but it's not going to be a super high priority draft target, I think. But table flip's going to make this card suddenly look really good, because if you play this on turn 1 and you draw table flip, like, you're never going to lose the board, and then you're never going to take damage. You get to do all your crap, right? So then it's going to make the whole package feel good, but you're just not always going to have the table flip, right? Otherwise, it's still fine, though. You could take it. It's just, you'd probably have better options a lot of the time. Talking about better options, next up we have Domino Effect. 3 mana removal spell. Deal 2 damage to a minion. Repeat to left or right, dealing 1 more damage each time. So the way this is going to work, I mean, a couple things to note with this. The way it works, by my understanding, which I don't think I'm misunderstanding it. Like, basically what you're going to do is you're always going to play this on either the far left or the far right, so that you can control what it does. And then if you play on the far left, well, whichever side you play it to, it's going to go the other direction. You wouldn't want to do it in the middle, usually, because it just wouldn't make sense. And your opponent's going to have to think about how to position against this. But it's going to start up from the left, for example, and then deal 2 damage, and then 3 damage, and then 4 damage, and then 5 damage. You know, as far as there are as many minions. It's just going to deal a whole lot of damage, not necessarily going to kill everything. But your opponent has to think about this, and they have to deal potentially with Defile at the same time, thinking about how to position and play around all of that. That's just going to be a headache. The one thing to note is that you can actually play around this with locations, because locations cut this off now. But yeah, that's the thing. But anyway, the point is, I mean, it just deals so much damage, because, 3 mana deal 2 AoE would be like, it's a little weak nowadays, but like reasonably playable. 3 mana deal 3 would be better. This is probably like almost always going to be better than a Hellfire, for example, right? Unless you need the face damage, I guess. But like, it's going to be like more effective of a clear than a Hellfire. So Hellfire is already good, and this is just going to, I mean, the potential of this is crazy. So it's going to be really good. So yeah, I did correct myself later, Zombie. Yeah, the Discover change is different. So it's just a lot of removals. It's going to be very effective. Having this, it's another big tool for Warlock to have as far as the removals. So, and very difficult to play around that realistically, especially in Arena when you don't always have locations. Last up for Warlock, we have Infernal. 4 mana 6/6 demon with taunt, battle cry. Set your hero's remaining health to 15. This is gonna be a very frustrating card to use, because there's gonna be times you want to like play this on 4 and just push an advantage. But but taking 15 is kind of insane nowadays, right? Because you can't really expect advantages to really work in most cases. So you could just completely, -1 yourself by playing this on curve. So really you're trying to play this to just heal yourself in the late game, right? And some greedier Warlock, that would be the idea. As a result, I'm probably just not going to take this for that reason, because I'm just going to get baited. I'm going to bait myself into -15ing myself, and then I'm going to lose. But that's what you want, is you want to have this more as a survival button, obviously, at the end of a game. So, and it's very strong for that. So you would take it more for that reason. I don't think it's going to make it like a super premium card. It's going to be a little bit of a niche card, because it's still not going to be that realistic for it. By itself, it's not going to save you. It's probably not going to be good enough. But compared to like Sunspot Dragon, it's really important that like it's similar to a Sunspot Dragon, but Sunspot actually kills something that makes it a lot better for that purpose, I would say. But you combine this with one of your big removals, with a table flip, with that new card, that other new removal. That's what you would be kind of looking for to really produce a really heavy swing. It's one of those cards that's going to be absurdly strong sometimes, but it's just not always going to be enough to save you. Exactly. So yeah, overall frustrating card if you're a tempo deck. It's gonna be one of those things that just wrecks you sometimes. All right, next up, I assume this is the last pack, as we're on the last class, which is Warrior Standardized Pack. 1 mana, add 5 random taunt minions to your hand. At the end of your turn, discard them. There'd be a reasonable chance you actually get a hand buff inside of this, right? And then you could play this, and then you could also play like the hand the hand buff synergy taunt with quick draw. Can you imagine that? That'd be insane. Oh man. You play this on 9, you just hope you hit those exact 2 cards. The 3/4 that buffs your hand by +2/+2, and then that, and then you have a whole bunch of taunt out of nowhere. That's kind of crazy of a high roll, actually. There aren't that many taunts, so like there's a real chance you hit it too. In general, I mean, this card is, maybe it's worse. It's probably worse than it's actually probably worse than the Discover card. Oh, you're saying, the pack, it gives you from the same set? Is that how it works? It gives you all from the same set, so maybe, I don't know if those cards are the same set, actually. Is that what it does? It gives you the same set always? In any case, I mean, I would think this is worse than the one where you can discover a taunt, and then you play a taunt, and then you play another taunt, and you get to discover another one. It's probably worse than that, because you're not discovering exactly. Oh, just the name. Oh, this one's standard. The other one is, okay, I see what you mean. So you're just getting random cards. So you could high roll in that way. It's standard, wild, and twist. Okay. Yeah, I think it's worse probably than the card that you discover, because also, that the card where you discover and you get to keep discovering, you get to have one for the next card too, and this one you don't, right? I still think it's pretty good, because obviously you can have potential taunt synergies and stuff. So I think it's good. I think it's just worse than the other card, but the other card is really good, and this card is probably, again, going to be slightly weaker as a result of that. You only get to use them in 1 turn, but I think it's reasonable for that way. Next up is Heart Scrapper. 2 mana, common spell, lose up to 5 armor. Your next mech costs that much less. It is possible to get a lot of armor in Arena. There's a way to, you can potentially combo this with safety goggles, and that's just kind of an unfair and absurd amount of mana cheat. You play on turn 2, you can play this, and then play a 5-drop, or it's your next mech, not your next mech this turn, so you can just do that on turn 2, and then you can just play like an 8-drop on turn 3, which is pretty insane. I don't know if typically this kind of stuff just isn't that good in Arena, but I don't know. Nowadays, like, this is a draftable card, and if you're ever winning, you'll just have armor, and you'd be willing to trade armor to do this too. It might not actually be that bad. It's funny. It's the kind of card that in the past would have been considered completely unplayable garbage, but it's still a little bit difficult, because honestly, it might be more difficult to just have a mech than it is to actually have the armor nowadays, which is crazy, but that's just kind of how Arena is now. You still probably don't draft this, but it has potential. If you have the pieces, you would take it, but you know, you would need a lot of value to really try to, like, you know, spend multiple cards just for mana cheat, because otherwise it's probably not going to be worth it. But yeah, I can see the potential, but it's one of those things where it's like, realistically, it's probably not practical. So we'll just move on with that. And then what is the last one? This is it, right? The MINISET card, yeah. Safety Expert. To answer, like, the MINISET is it's made a couple classes better. Specifically, it seems like Shaman and Death Knight are the cards that have the best Gigantify cards. They got way better. Other than that, I don't think it changed the tier list too much, but maybe I'll do a tier list for that, but we'll see. Maybe tomorrow or something. This one, Safety Expert, 10 mana, 8/8 rush with mech. Something that would be really insane to cheat out, actually. Talking about that other combo. But 8/8 rush, death rattles. Shuffle 3 bombs into your opponent's deck. Why does it show boom bots? These don't exist. But these are the bombs. They're the ones that deal 5 damage. So in theory, right, 15 damage to your opponent. Overall, there's some death rattle synergy with some of these other cards that exist, right? Like this guy potentially, but realistically, this probably, again, just isn't that practical to actually draft. There's things you could generate it and stuff that should make it a lot crazier, but it seems not that practical, because a 10 mana 8/8 rush is actually really bad, actually, and at that point the game's probably already over before you even play this to begin with. But also, even if you do play it, you're probably not getting any your opponent's probably not drawing the bombs immediately anyway, so it's just extremely slow and not, it just seems extremely impractical. I mean, you'd have to, like, to even like set it up with like boom range, for example, is also really impractical, just because of how long you'd be waiting, and then they might just not draw the bombs anyway. So it's one of those things that, like, I mean, if you don't have a better option, if you want a late game card, I mean, sure, but it just doesn't seem like a very practical card. You'd rather just have a bunch of testing dummies if you were going for the death rattle stuff anyway, so probably not great. Yeah, it would be crazy if he just gets randomly summoned some other way, though. Alright, next up, the most skillful card that's ever been made in Hearthstone history, Pro Gamer. 2 mana, 2/3 epic neutral, which means you're never going to see it drafted anyway. At how low the offering rate is for an epic neutral, that's like significantly lower than a legendary, but a class legendary. But Battlecry, challenge your opponent to a game of rock, paper, scissors. The winner draws 2 cards. So each person's going to get to see, you know, one of the 3 options, and then, you know, obviously rock always wins, and anyone that picks paper is cheating. So you just have to keep that in mind. And then if you lose, you report your opponent immediately, and then they will get banned because they were cheating. But the point is like, it's a 2 mana 2/3, and it's a pretty impactful gamble, because whoever wins draws 2 cards. I don't think you do it again if you tie, right? Then it just doesn't do anything. So a third of the time it's a tie. It should be completely random. It's worse for streamers, obviously, but like a third of the time does nothing. A third of the time you get a pretty good upside, and then a third of the time your opponent gets really good upside. As a skilled player, probably just not a gamble you want, especially as a streamer. You're just not gonna want to do it. I mean, I guess you could hide your screen, I guess. But yeah, probably. I mean, I'm never gonna take this, probably, unless I want to get memed. So nobody picks rock. Well, everyone picks scissors, which is why you pick rock and you always win, right? That is the rule. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like you just wouldn't want to draft that. Next up, Explodeneer. 3 mana 2/4 at the end of your turn. Shuffle a bomb into your opponent's deck. When drawn, it explodes for 5 damage. Why is this a neutral card? Did they put this in before they... Maybe they just... I guess they just didn't have room in Warrior. And maybe they thought... I mean, it's not... Why'd they make this? I don't know. I guess it's kind of to punish combo decks who draw their whole deck, I guess, in theory. No one's going to play this. It's not really a good card in Arena either, because it's understated, so... Why'd they make this? I don't know. It's probably just bad. I mean, obviously, if they draw it, it's pretty good, because you're getting 5 damage for free, but... I don't think you would draft this, so... Or you, like, especially compared to what the opportunity cost is almost always going to be, you're just never going to pick it, so... I don't know why they make that. And then last card here is Building Block Golem. Alright, there's like 2 more, right? I think there's 5 cards. Yeah, so there's actually 2 more cards. But Building Block Golem, 5 mana, 6/3 rush with Death Rattle, summon 3 random 1-cost minions. Especially now that this would have a lot higher chance of screwing you over if it wasn't for the Discover or Generation change, because there'd be more bad things you could hit. Nowadays there aren't very many or really any hits that are like that would troll you anymore. So this card got a lot better as a result of that. There's a good enough chance that you get something that has a Death Rattle and provides some value, so it'll probably be reasonable. In any case, this is probably comparable. I want to say it's better than Mothership, right? Mothership's a good card still. And this is probably better, I would say. Same amount of damage, 1 less health, but 3 1-cost minions is probably pretty close to the value of 2 mechs. It's probably a bit worse, but probably not that much worse. The fact that it's a mana cheaper probably makes this just overall better. So this seems like a really good card. If you have any Death Rattle synergies, of course, as well. Extra value. But yeah, just a good card. So this one you will draft, I would say for sure. Pretty highly. Next up we have the Replicator-inator. 5 mana, 5/5 mech with miniaturize and gigantify. After you play a minion with the same attack as this, summon a copy of it. This one seems a little bit it's a little bit weird. So you actually get 2 cards added to your hand with this. You get the 1/1 and the 8/8. I guess there's a chance. I mean, how would this work with Origami Frog, by the way, since this is on my screen? Would you actually be able to get the extra? Would you get a 1/4? How would that even work? I don't know. I'm not sure what you would really be... This doesn't seem all that practical just because it's like, I don't know. When are you going to be able to play this with another 5 attack card? Probably never. So you're playing a 5 mana 5/5 at some point initially. And then if you copy a 1 attack card, how good is that really? If you have... you can't copy miniaturized cards or anything. I mean, you can, but you just get a 1/1. You don't get another effect. So that doesn't seem that useful either. And how are you playing this with an 8/8? Never. So I don't know what I'm sure there's some weird OTKs you can do with this or something in Wild or something, but like I don't even know. Like, it just doesn't seem very practical. You can play it with the Paladin Gigantify 8/8. Which one is the Paladin one? I'm forgetting what that is. But oh yeah, that would be possible. Yeah. Well, you're never gonna have that many holy spells probably. So like that would be one possibility, yeah, but I don't know. It seems like an incredibly niche. I don't know, like you're picking this on pick 1, not knowing what you're gonna get. I just don't even... There's a chance, but like it just doesn't seem very likely you even get to do anything with this at all. I guess you want to just play this on turn 9 with another 5 attack thing, which you don't have that many. I don't know, it just doesn't seem very practical. Yeah, it's like, I'm sure there's things you could do in Constructed, but you probably just never draft this, I would think. It just doesn't seem that practical. And then, alright, I missed a card, right? Oh, it was this one, right? Another legendary, the last card of this mini set. Puppet Master Dorian. 4 mana 2/6, legendary. After you draw a minion, get a 1/1 copy of it that costs 1. So It's a 4-mana 2/6, which is a bad stat line, obviously, but hey, I mean, it's 6 health on turn 4. A lot of times it just doesn't die, and then you get value, and then you get, if you get lucky with your draw, you can get something really good. Alternatively, you can just play this on turn 6 and then play 2 mana, draw 2, and then this is not a temporary copy or anything, it's a permanent copy, so you could get a 1 mana. I guess if you draft this, you're not getting a 1 mana legendary, because you don't have any legendaries in your deck, unless you... No, I mean, I was gonna say unless you had AV on it, but wait, this is your legendary, so that doesn't even work. Yeah, I don't know. It's a fine card. I mean, the problem again is that it's in the legendary slot, and you're probably just gonna have better options most of the time, because there aren't that many class legendaries, and a lot of them are just gonna be better than this anyway. You can't combo this with other legendaries, so because you can only have one in your deck, so it's a fine card. But the fact that it's your legendary means you probably just don't want it that much. Like, it would be fine. It's just, yeah. That would be the biggest problem with that. So I think as a result, you probably just won't pick it that much. But even though it has potential, but you know, it is what it is. I guess it's really good if you get like a Gigantify off of this. Imagine you had this in, I mean, it'd be really, imagine you had this with Death Knight, for example, and then you could get a copy of, you get a copy of this thing, it'd be completely insane. So it was a bit of a recap. I mean, a lot of these cards, a lot of these were just like good power level, right? It's just Geist specifically, but especially, I mean, the most broken standout card by far in the entire set was easily Murlock Growth, and this thing is completely batshit broken. The Death Knight cards can be really frustrating because of the Discover pool, how strong it's going to be now. And this thing is going to discover really strong cards too, so I've already seen a lot of people complaining about this one too, but yeah. Those are like the two really strong performers of the set. Overall, a lot of good cards in general, but yeah. As a result, though, not too much that's going to have a huge impact on it. I have seen that the stats have been changing again. Shaman and Death Knight specifically seem to really benefit from having the most broken cards in the set. But with that, if you're watching this on YouTube in the future, let me know what you think. And people on Twitch and YouTube, we can talk about it now, watching this live. So appreciate you guys wherever you are hanging out. We'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out. Oh yeah, you get a factory assembly bot. That would be glorious. Oh yeah, if you set up the assembly bot with that thing, that would be hilarious. So then you can get 2 of those immediately. That would be cool. Anyway, alright. We'll see how much I want to play. I may just do like 1 run or something. This thing moved a little bit. I haven't even opened Hearthstone in like a week, actually. Let's see how many times I get jump scared by notifications of card changes and things like that, and the MINISET and all that stuff. I'm ready to get jump scared, chat.
Come in, friend. Everyone's welcome here.
The hell did I put my webcam? Ah! Terrifying. Here this is. Oh, I didn't even set this up properly. Oh well. Oh god, news dorm request. Another event? I probably didn't even finish the last one, did I? Let's just not do this. I mean, I'm sure I missed a lot of these weekly. Oh, I didn't even finish this one. Yogg! Disaster. Time to enter the barcode queue, because we got retired. I'm pretty sure this isn't supposed to count for the barcode queue, but... we'll find out. Not the one Retire is supposed to put you in anyway. Okay, so we got a Death Knight here. Death Knight, I think Shaman's outperforming it, right? But
that I have destroyed, I can create once more.
yeah, there was actually a bug from when I heard. There was actually a bug though where the auto retires did count initially, but they're not supposed to now. So assuredly they surely they fixed the bug. Maw and Paw. Like in the last 7 days, looks like N'Zoth performing the best. Seems like a reasonable choice here. We will go with that. Let me adjust the title. Adjust the YouTube title too. I don't think I've done an N'Zoth deck, have I? I don't think so.
Water.
Well, Discovery's supposed to be better now, so there was what was the card? Oh, it's just Helm. Yeah, we're not gonna have Helm anyway. I was gonna say we might get better synergy for hand buffs, but probably not very likely. Probably just grab a Unholy Frenzy. It's a rare card. You get forced to take these too much. Yeah, we could have a Beast, and we could have a Mech here too, but I don't know. I'm not that worried about this. Beast, Elemental that gives shitter elementals that make N'Zoth worse. I mean, it's not gonna make it worse because we're not gonna have an elemental otherwise. But we should just grab this anyway. Ooh, a Mech. We probably don't want to take any other mechs now, actually. Ooh, Banshee's only 1 rune now. Is this still Ripper? Wish we had both of these. That would be ideal. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can get the giant taunt elemental. That's true, which would be better anyway. You get Throneless like candy too. That's a good shout. We want to have as many undeads as possible, ideally, because you know hero powers are going to troll the N'Zoth for undeads. We want to have as many as possible to try not to get a hero power and get an actual minion. Ripper also creates an undead though, which is worse than the Banshee for resummon, but still good. I think I prioritized the Ripper though, right? Just not likely we're gonna have that much synergy for this. And it's gonna get eaten by a No Muncher or something. Or by a Burrow Buster or something a lot of the time, I wanna say. So I think we just grab this. Ooh, Elemental. That's weird text on the Molten Giant. I mean, they didn't change how Molten Giant works, right? You would almost think that Molten Giant would, if you healed and took damage, you would almost think the damage would still count because you took the damage even though you healed it. But pretty sure they didn't change how that card works. Anyway, I mean, I don't know what I'm looking at. There's only 1 card in this pack. That is a Bone Guard Commander. Nice. If we really wanted to force hand buffs, that would be a thing, but I mean, this card's insane. Oh. This is a tough choice though. I wonder if they changed the offering rate of Swarm Guard. Maybe it's just Swarm Guard was like near legendary offering rate before, but we just saw 2. That might just be chance, but maybe they increased the rate of it. I don't know if they did offering rate adjusts in this patch or not. Skipped Pirate. That is true. One problem with Swarm Guard does actually troll the N'Zoth. Pretty actively, actually. That's kind of a problem. I probably don't take it for that reason, I guess. And card draw is always really good in this class. Let's just do this. Yeah, Swarm Guard used to be one unholy. But now it's not. Guess I just grab this. It used to be you had to go unholy plus blood to try to do hand buff stuff, because you needed you needed the Swarm Guard and you needed all the buffs that were in unholy. Now a lot of the buffs are just completely unruned. You only need like one blood rune to get almost all of the buff cards they've ever made, so well, one unholy still helps with the some of the other synergies. But the spider's in everything for some reason. We probably just take Asphyxiate here, right? Rap Golem. I mean, Scarab is a beast. So, I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess. This is also, I mean, this is a good undead. It gives us 2 undeads in the pool. We're probably not gonna have a beast anyway, so like this does make the N'Zoth better. I just don't know. I mean, we already have this many big cards. We probably just don't want more right now. We probably just grab this. It's a little weird because, I mean, this is really good with Unholy Frenzy too. You can make the argument we can get away with this. It's just so weird being this heavy already on pick 10. It seems a little bit crazy. Probably too crazy. And I'm not really even looking at the Blood Boil because I don't want to. I don't want to lock in. I don't want to deny a Frost Rune. We should just take casualties, right? We still haven't gotten that. We could have had so many hand buff synergy cards, but I don't really want a mech because I'd rather have the Burrow Buster come back. This is a Quillbore for this guy, but it's not even that good if it gets resummoned anyway. I think we just want this. This does troll. This actually does troll the N'Zoth is the one problem. But for some of the new cards, like the new weapon, we want to have corpses. And even though we don't have any uses of them right now, I mean, I think we should just take this. This is also going to troll the N'Zoth, so. I mean, I guess. This is kind of why I didn't want to take the 7 drop, because we're kind of forced into this. I mean, I could take this, but it could be good with Asphyxiate in the mid-game turn, maybe, but otherwise. Elemental? Yeah, but we need a mech, though. We just grab this, right? This is like the late game card we're kind of forced into, kind of against our will, so. Oh my god, Assembly Bot, Projectionist combo. It's up against Excavate, though. Skipping Excavate is illegal, right? Projectionist is actually... We have nothing else that's good with the Projectionist really right now is the problem, right? Like, I guess Eulogizer maybe, or the Discover potentially, but it's only good with the Assembly Bot on 10, but I mean, we're already, it's like, yeah. Claw Machine's another good mech. I guess that's better than Burrow Buster, right? As a resummon anyway. I don't really want an Asphyxiate, I guess. Another one right now. Not compared to a Claw, I don't think. I guess we just grab this. So I don't really want the 1-drop. Another really good mech. Wait, the Spectral Spiders are... They're Beast Undeads, right? So they're even worse than a Hero Power, probably. We do get a Beast at least, but... This is also a beast. We do have mechs, but I mean, I probably just take Mothership anyway. I would think so. Do you actually take Haunted Creeper though? Having like things to do but before turn 6 is kind of important. The Creeper would be so much better if we actually needed corpses though, and right now we don't. Mothership also gives corpses, so anyway, so I mean we probably just grab those. I would have regretted it so hard if I took the other thing, man. That's the first dragon, but also the first Quillbore. I don't really need an Azure Drake, right? It doesn't do anything for us. Quilter's a high roll off of the Claw Machine, technically. It's better. This is actually going to be better to get off in the Zoth anyway. Murlock. I think Quillbore's even harder to get than Murlock, though. This would be the best thing to get off N'Zoth, though, honestly. So, like, there's a legitimate argument for that reason. Just, I don't know. I mean, we have so many big rushes already. None of them are playable in 4, but it's kind of overlap with what we already have anyway. And after turn 4, we're never playing it. I think we just grab the first Quillbore. Glacial Advance versus Traveling Merchant. Well, there's one really obvious upside is that we can go casualties on 2 right into Merchant. Which might just automatically make that really good. Glacial's fine. I mean, it's just in our deck right now, when are you actually planning on using Glacial Advance? You can use it as a Shadow Bolt on 3, I guess, but other than that, probably not getting that much value. I think we just take the Merchant. I also just really like Merchant. Oof. Elemental, auto pick. Kappa. Given our Cool Goal makes, I guess it makes our undead pool probably better on average, maybe. Casualties though, we just got the Merchant for that thing. Cool Goal is just really good to put on 4 and we don't have any good 4s. So that makes me very split for all those reasons. I mean, they're both good. It's just Casualties has the downside of making N'Zoth worse. Google makes it relatively better. Slightly. But Casualties has the Merchant pull, which is really big. Probably just want another Casualties. Both cards are really common too. Like, I would rather pick whichever one I don't get offered later. But they're like equally likely, right? Probably prefer actually having a 2. Crop rotation. This is kind of unpickable right now. Crop rotation doesn't seem like what we need because we don't need corpses. We should just grab this, I guess. We have so many ways to trigger this. We may end up playing this on 5 sometimes too. Oh, there's the foam render. Oh. Let me check current patch really fast with this. Okay, it's not performing that well. Probably still grab it though. What does Soul Cage hit? No Muncher and Quilter mainly. Not much else. And Hero Power to kill people, but this kills people way better. We probably just grab one of these, right? We have no way to spend corpses right now, so it's kind of the dream scenario already. Quick Clocker is actually way better than it normally would be. We probably still grab Howling Blast. I mean, And I don't know, maybe we actually grab a Click Clocker. I mean, the one problem is Click Clocker trolls the N'Zoth. Probably not then. If it weren't for that, I think I might actually take it. Because it would be so good proactively, but it also might just get trolled by going onto this, the buff. Doesn't really do anything. I think we just grab this. Kraken, what does that do? I mean, you could hypothetically hit Mothership. That's really the only thing. Doesn't seem very relevant. Another assembly bot? That's a little insane. We should just grab this. We can get our first pirate, though. I didn't really take any synergy for this raid. Still probably want this. There's my card draw. Buddy's been really good when I've had it, actually. Like, surprisingly good. But let's grab the card draw. This makes my undead pool and my mech pool worse. I was saying I forgot to do something. I probably still have to take it, don't I? Unfortunately. Yeah, and we don't have buffs. It's just, what am I going to do? Take one of these? I could take this. If I think this is actively bad, I don't know. I don't really like this card. At least, I mean, at least it's still a taunt. But yeah, it's worse than everything I have. Maybe maybe we actually make the argument this is just actively bad. It's a little unusual because we have N'Zoth, right? Kind of is actively bad. Yeah, we can try this, I guess. It's actually a good respawn. It gives 2 chances too. Do you ever actually take that? I mean, suddenly I have too many of oh wait, I only have one. I thought I picked one earlier. Apparently I'm crazy. Okay, never mind. I guess this is fine. Probably not worth taking this just because we have so many other things that are also good. It's not better than getting a no muncher anyway, probably. Don't mind if I do. Oh, there's the elemental. Oh, it's up against a Naga though. Well, School Teacher's a better card. This is kind of rough. School Teacher's a better standalone card, but obviously we want Revenant to actually put it into the N'Zoth bowl. And School Teacher, if you play the Nagaling, is 50-50 to troll itself anyway. Right? It's 50-50 to troll the N'Zoth. So, School Teacher upside with N'Zoth is very low compared to the Revenant. And how many Shamans are out there? Just because of you're afraid of the Revenant getting hexed. This is true, actually. Yeah, you don't really get the upside if it just gets hexed anyway. I have other Rush and Taunt. We probably don't. I mean, School Teacher's better pretty clearly better, just except for the N'Zoth, but our N'Zoth is already so good. We probably just don't need to feed it that bad. It's really brutal getting these two up against each other, but you probably just have to take this. They just made Discovers. Actually, it doesn't really impact this class, does it? Actually, the Discover change doesn't impact this card in this class. But yeah, we have the upside that at least we get a second frog back. That is true. They're only beast, right? Okay, they'll end up hexing our mothership or something. It's fine. I think we're supposed to just grab this. Another commander. Sure. I mean, this is an absurd amount of value. I mean, the only criticism of this deck is, I guess, I mean, our proactive early game's a little weak. Just from lack of twos, and we only have one Frost Strike, right? But I mean, other than that, I mean... And we didn't get the new broken card, right? Those are the bad things about this deck. But it seems like a very good functional deck. I think we high rolled the amount of N'Zoth synergy too. A little heavy on top end, I guess, but...
Will serve me in death. You will know pain.
Honestly, I probably just toss everything, right? Hard mulligan for Frost Strike? Pretty much, yeah. That in casualties, pretty much. What's up, Mr. Shand? How you doing? Yeah, I wasn't really greeting people earlier because we were recording the card review, but how's everyone doing? Because I should mention, we will be playing, I don't know, I'm probably not going to play that much today, but oh my god, this got wrecked. But we will be doing a little bit of Call of Dragons later, probably after, I mean, we'll see. I'm hoping I'll do like at least a run or two of this right now. Before, we'll play a little bit of Call of Dragons. We have been graciously sponsored by them, so, over here on Twitch, so. I was playing a little bit earlier just to make sure it worked and stuff. It seemed interesting. It's more story-based, apparently, than a lot of other mobile games, so we'll see how that is. We got the infinite foam render. I'm gonna, like, use this just because, you know, I'm gonna be swinging this forever, so I might as well get value of the other weapon before it becomes useless. See, the one problem is this is going to take all the corpses away from this. See, I mean, we have so many corpses, we'll probably be fine anyway. This is like 4 more corpses, this is 2 more corpses. Do I want to do this right now because I have the extra mana, or do I just want to get this guy down? Better against AoE. Like, I want to swing the weapon anyway, I think. I guess I don't really know what spell I want. There's a lot of spells I just wouldn't want to play right now anyway, so I probably get this guy down, right? We're getting blown up. Okay, at least he didn't have I was worried he would have the 2 damage on dead AoE. That would have been slightly worse for us, I think. So, do you ever just start swinging at his face? Already? I mean, it's 20. It's actually lethal setup. How absurd is that? Like, it's actually straight up lethal setup already. I mean, it's like 5 turn lethal, which is a little unrealistic, but it kind of makes sense right now, mana-wise. The other option is you just play School Teacher and then you just hope that you get a proactive spell. Which doesn't feel amazing.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Can't really use this anymore, can I? I could use this.
Death calls.
Yeah, I think we just do this.
Pick me! Pick me!
See, because I might do like this and this and oh, this is bad actually. Well, I guess I'm doing this like this, maybe. This.
Courage of man shall not fail. It's boogie time.
Seems like what we want to do. I mean, you could swing this technically and then play this. I don't know. I probably like pushing more of the damage. I mean, start with this, I guess. It seems reasonable. We're pretty low. Molten Giant's actually somewhat playable, but what's up, Bing James? How you doing? Oh yeah, I'm supposed to mention if you are interested in Call of Dragons, you can check the link on. I should have it in the YouTube description, but also panel into the stream and Twitch, yada yada. Same stuff as always, you know. To support the channel, it's a way to support if you don't. A way to support for free, so no obligation, but you know, would help us out, of course. And while going through that monologue, opponent blew up. Did I not? Oh, I fixed it on the other one. I was messing with my chat for the other thing, is why. I need to like adjust that. The new weapon is pretty strong. Yeah, 5 mana kill your opponent is pretty good. 5 mana, your opponent just dies. We have a pretty... I guess we have the Bone Guards, right? But like, nothing else that really we need anything for. Makes it pretty strong. What does it do? It does this. It's a 5 damage weapon, and if you have a bunch of corpses, you just it never goes away. You just swing it every turn, so you just win. I guess I don't keep this because we don't have enough excavates, right? I guess I keep this, huh? Otherwise, I hard mull. Maybe I'm probably supposed to hard mull for casualties, though, honestly. I don't know, this is really good, too. I want to discover, it's a little greedy, but... Okay, we just hit casualties anyway, so now we win. Nice. Although he's a shaman, so we probably lose. The swings of Hearthstone. Now we win. Oh, never mind, now we lose. Oh, I saw the enemy hero portrait. Oh, disaster. You'll name your next animal Win. Do you have an animal named Lose? I will name my next pet RNG. The contestant trolls us? Surely not, right? I'm probably supposed to get the card draw first, honestly. Increase the odds we actually get to play like a cool goal. Come back to arenas past years bad. You only like playing the non-meta classes. That's great. You give everyone else more wins. Haha, no I'm kidding. But that's fine. Everyone can enjoy this game the way they want to, of course. But that is cool. There's different type of card game players, right? Some people like to play some people like to be a dirty tryhard like me. Some people like to, you know, try to make weaker strategies work. A lot of them happen to enjoy Priest, which we cancels out any goodwill we have for them because they're dirty Priest enjoyers. But, you know. Mage DK Shaman seems strong. I don't know how Mage is right now. Mage probably didn't get better with this patch. Damn, that would be insane, except he's just gonna kill it. But... And I have no way of preventing that. It's the best thing I could play here, though. And I'm probably gonna claw machine this. He's gonna like swing here. This will be like 5 health, and then I just claw machine it. Seems reasonable. Mage has a lot of good things. I don't know. I've always been a weaker Mage player, honestly. I think Mage does have a lot of tools, but if you just don't get, you know, you're not always gonna get. They have certain things like that 5-drop that freezes a minion and gives you 1,000,000 armor simultaneously. They have that stuff that's really good, but you just don't always have it. If you don't have it, it hurts the class a lot. Three mana, 3/4 downside. True, yeah, I didn't get 3 damage. Damn, where's my 2 damage AoE? Trade, and I guess I claw machine, huh? I mean, I could do asphyxiate reap if I wanted to. Or asphyxiate would let me get this out. But I'd probably rather just claw, right? Protecting these isn't particularly valuable. Getting the claw machine is probably potentially more valuable. Always need to find our win the game weapon. Should I just keep this card in the opening hand? You couldn't really keep it when you didn't at least have a mining casualties. Don't think. You ever just play this? Tempting to go double 3 here. Issue with this is it's going to get hexed, probably. Huh. Interesting. I mean, it's not like he knew he had a spell totem. It's just wrong, right? I mean, if he hexes this, he can't. I honestly want this to bait the hex as a thing, right? Like, I think I'd do this first. Again. If I really want to preserve the corpses, I could, like, wait to forge this, but honestly, I don't think I want to do that. At least we don't have to worry about spell totem anymore. The other thing I like about this play is, like, I mean, I didn't think it would, but if he just happened to lightning storm this, it would be amazing, right? Holy crap.
Enough bloodshed.
And as good as, like, double trade and play this is, it might even be better to just go Mothership, Hard Strike. You get to push 3 that way.
Death calls.
It's probably better, actually.
Enough bloodshed.
Like, if it was a base Mothership, you wouldn't do this, I don't think. But want to use the claw machine buff. If he's forced to hex this, we are happy. Got pretty good value. Why not Buster? I mean, I want to force the hex out, I think. Because it's way stronger if he doesn't have the hex, and then you just kind of win if he doesn't have the hex. But if he does have the hex, then he used up his hex. Either way, kind of win-win. If I wanted to play one of the other 3-mana cards, I mean, I guess if you did Buster, I guess you could have also done this, but if I didn't have the Heart Strike in hand, I might have done that. It would have been a lot more likely. I would have considered that, I think. Yeah, is everything.
Wind and breath.
Holy shit, dude. We could probably trust the Bone Guard commander if we wanted to. I could do Claw Machine on Holy Frenzy. A lot of things we could do. You could just rip this. I could clear, but I don't think that makes sense. I mean, you can even go double 5. I kind of like getting the Frenzy on this, honestly. But I probably don't do that this turn. I think this turn I probably just play this. I'm not really that worried about like this thing getting through or killing me or whatever. I'm pretty sure we'll be fine. 1 second, be right back. Well, okay, what the fuck happened to this? Oh, I got this. Great. Ah. The highest of RNG rules. Seems pretty good. Okay, I was gonna have casualties, but I guess I'll do this now. It might be hard to get the Claw Machine Frenzy off now. I do want that for the card draw. I mean, we're already up really hard in value as is. They're cooked. You just never know when they... I mean, they can have a broken legendary still. Pretty far behind, though. Is he gonna go to the Storm into Totem Strat? It's probably a misplay because he probably should have... He should have Totem first to see if he hit the Spell Totem. Because if he doesn't hit the Spell Totem, he might Hex, right? But if he does, he would obviously Lightning Storm. He should have just Totem first.
Water.
It's fine. This is pretty good, but my deck is probably better.
A fine purchase.
One damage off lethal. Can you Sudoku? Who are the best of Sudokus? He found the Sudoku, chat. Ah. What? Who's promised Sudoku? Disaster.
The Lich King versus Thrall.
for Doomhammer. You will know pain.
We've entered Shaman territory, it would appear.
One dose solves any
Oh
problem.
dear. He's the having a 1-drop Shaman. We appear to be dead. Heart Strike, save our lives. He never buffs that, right?
Can spell Zinjari. Anybody?
Don't overthink it, just pick the broken cards. Or the most expensive card, I guess. These are both really good too, but...
Death calls.
If I was really worried about this, I could have done this, but... He's a Shaman, they usually don't buff it that much. Oh my god, that thing actually dealt damage. Oh, really? Okay, it appears that we actually lost. I don't think I can beat this, right? Like, we're actually just dead. Like, how do I beat 2 8/8s? I don't, right? I mean, I beat one of them, I guess. I have to be able to kill one of them, and then I have to kill the one that has rush, and then I asphyxiate the other one. The only strategy, right? I don't know, so I guess I'm probably doing this turn. Oh, that's really good.
But little time.
Any questions?
Only problem is I might just get board cleared. That's not that bad, actually. And cards are balanced on a different scale. Yeah, I was literally, we just did the card review before this, if you weren't here. This card, if it did not have Gigantify, would already be a premium card. If it didn't give you 16/16 for 8 mana, in addition to what it does for 1 mana, it would already be really good. There's like interesting balance decisions, and then there's whatever the hell that is. I guess we just want to be mana efficient here. Ideally that would have died, but... Shaman bounced that thing to their hand. Good lord. But you killed him before turn 8. Glorious, glorious. We could Frenzy, technically. But this gets weaker anyway. We probably just Mothership. I mean, it lines up pretty nicely. It's actually better against Storm to not kill this, which is kind of funny. Technically. I think if we had Storm, he would have done it already. I could be wrong, though. Ow. Like, that's actually a pretty good frenzy too, but well, it's not that good. Oh, it's a pretty good asphyxiate, I mean. Do I frenzy? I'm not sure. You would just bump and frenzy. It might be worth it. I kind of like it. I probably should have done this instead of this, but I knew I was going to run out of time, so. At least, like, this thing isn't that good here. Not bad, though. It's like, I may have wasted this, because, like, it would have been better here, but. No, we just top decked the perfect answer anyway. Like, it was probably better to hold on to it for this turn. It was just weird. We would have lost like all of our boards, so I don't know, maybe not. Because our whole board just dies if I don't do it that turn. What the fuck? Is this just how Shamans are now? I can't prevent him from full healing, right? I don't think I even have a draw that prevents him from full healing, so... I mean, I guess I do this. That is a large lad. Perfect RNG. I mean, that would prevent him from full healing, but...
Who here can spell
And then there's, yeah, you can get a 3-mana 2/4 neutral bomb, dude. I mean, class cards have traditionally been at a different power level than neutrals, but yeah. Traditionally not at that level of difference.
Pick me! Pick me!
Dude, I have like so many things. I mean, I want to get the mech in before I do that, right? So do I just rip the mech? I wonder if I don't even kill the, It might not even be right to kill this. And can I afford to play this? Like, I would actually prefer this thing hit here, but I mean, it's not that like I mean, I guess I would still prefer it hit this. Maybe I'm supposed to kill it. I'm not sure actually. I'm gonna overdraw, but I don't really care. I'm still reducing like damage pretty often this way.
calm before the storm.
Ow.
My hand is full.
I don't have too many types, do I? I hope not. Mech, Naga, Beast, Undead. I don't think I have too many types. The one problem is I can't really deal with this, can I? Like, this thing might murder me. It's kind of bad. I guess I still have to be a little patient here. I would love to just rip this, but I would probably die, right?
But little time.
Take a good look. You ain't never seen a fairy tale.
Could have held on to that, but yeah, if I... Well, he wouldn't have been able to push damage through this way. Do I need to kill off, like, all of my minions? Because wait, Elemental's new, right? Elemental, Undead, Mech, Naga, Quillbore too, and Beast. Man, I need to kill off I actually need to kill off my whole board.
Take shelter.
Or I just Howling Blast here. I could Howling Blast this turn. Honestly, that's pretty good. I'm gonna get this guy down. This is actually better than anything else that's in the mech pool other than the main one. So I'm making the mech pool better, I think. Wow, that is absurdly obnoxious. You did that just so I can't really N'Zoth this turn. Leaving this thing up seems so insane.
My rule is eternal.
If only that was already in my hand.
This realm of death is filled with sorrow.
Makes the N'Zoth better, I guess. This would be a stickier board, but I'll never get a better chance to play this.
No longer.
That's fine. Now my board's gonna be too full.
Enough bloodshed.
Okay, I guess I Nazoth now. Actually, you know, the thing that sucks is if I get the assembly bot or the mini back, I can't even... They're not going to have space on the board.
Enough bloodshed.
I mean, I still do it, I guess.
A frozen treat as sweet as me.
Almost lost to Mage. Got Doomguard off of that 6-mana discard thing, steal 6. Oh yeah, and they got the random 5-drop that charges. Lovely. Oh my god. Another one, dude. Actually died though. Dude, is that just what is that just what shamans are like now? I mean, he didn't even have board clears. That's the insane thing.
The Lich King versus the Lich King.
Will serve me in
We are the immovable object, basically. I mean, we had like 2 Bone Guards and Nazoth, and it's like they can have all that crazy stuff, but then we just sit there, keep playing infinite full boards, basically. We got like 5 in this deck, right? It's like Smork them before they play their second 16-16. He had 2 of them.
I grant you permission to speak. When all is forgotten, your
Kolst and the
hands
cold.
will remain.
If we just keep getting this on 2, we'll be very happy. I wonder if that card, if that Shaman card, I wonder if that even sees constructed play. Actually. Let me check. I can't check yet on HS replay. Have a good one. Alright, appreciate you hanging out. What's up, dude? How about you?
Everybody needs a casket.
What do I think this deck ends up? I mean, our deck seems pretty good. I just don't know how insane the other Death Knights and Shamans are. So, I mean, who knows? We don't even have the new broken card, right?
Nobody run from me!
I mean, so far we've been doing alright. Gotta do this for mana efficiency, right? I guess I'm just trading this guy. Wish I could play that this turn. He's at full health again. But I guess we can go Muncherino. Now we're at full health. Both of us taking turns Renoing ourselves. Modern Hearthstone. And killing our Reno. Hopefully we get something here. Worst case, we can just go this and trade 1/1s, right?
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
I guess I just go for this here. I don't really want to do this because I have this guy, right? And we do the worst case thing. We probably just play this first. Right, because they'll activate this and then do this after. This probably gets asphyxiate or something anyway. KO, thanks for the follow. Legendary. Alright, I guess I'm just killing that.
Any questions?
I might miss a damage by trading first, but I wouldn't want to leave that thing up, I don't think. When was the last time I had good barbecue? Forever. Probably years. I probably haven't had real barbecue in like... Dude, it's probably been like 6-7 years actually. It's kind of crazy. I've had Korean barbecue. More recently, much more recently. If that counts. Korean barbecue is pretty great. Do they have a lot of hype spots around here? I haven't looked. They're probably not immediately around me. I have to look at what there is. I don't know what Vegas is like. Other than being Vegas, obviously. I don't know what they're known for as far as that kind of thing.
My rule is eternal.
I probably want to save the clown, actually.
Pick me!
Or I push with it.
I have but little time.
Yeah, I guess I just do this. Actually, could matter. I did miss a corpse here, which could theoretically matter with the foam bender. I don't think it's going to, but could matter. Barbecue spots are touristy and easy overpriced. It's true, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, they have everything on the strip, obviously. I'm not really in the tourist area, though.
I could have sworn it went back together.
That's why it's like, I have to look. I'm sure we have some barbecue around us. We have pretty much everything around us, too, but... There's a barbecue place in the mall. Some Hawaiian barbecue places. There's one really good looking barbecue place here, actually. Not too far. He's getting renoed again. I guess I will do this to prevent him from renoing again.
You are prepared for war.
Seems reasonable. It's a lot of damage. We probably counter a lot of other Death Knights actually with this deck because we're just like, you know, we have a lot of Death Knights are trying to play the late game. We just have so much more late game than like pretty much any other Death Knight is realistically gonna have, so. I can't kill him with this, can I? I can actually. I can kill him with the clown though, which is cooler.
For the wars to come.
I should actually do that for the miniaturized quest. 32. This is the nerfed version of the quest. 32 miniaturizes. Good lord. That's only gonna take 17 years to finish.
You will know pain.
I'll finish it right around when my grandchildren come out of are born. Do I need 2 of these? Maybe. I mean, I could use 2 of these. This frog is devastating us. I probably actually still coin this, as weird as that. Maybe I don't coin it, actually. Just try being patient. We might want to get a better coin play later. Arena Shaman Stone. Yeah, it's the thing with they haven't really been changing the balance recently. Not that the balance was terrible. It did get a little worse with this patch, and now it's like it's just again the same classes are stronger. I mean, I guess the one thing is that Demon Hunter got notably weaker, but you weren't seeing that many Demon Hunters anyway. A lot of people don't like Demon Hunter, but it's like the nice thing about when Demon Hunter is on top is at least you don't see as many of them because people just don't play it as much. Which is almost kind of better for balance in that way, right? But it's actually not the worst frenzy ever. I mean, probably not worth it, but I could coin this, but it's like so risky. I probably just Frost Strike and play another one of these. Given the really broken card they have, he hasn't played one yet, but I might want this for that later, right? I don't have a dragon. I do now. I guess I probably don't actually coin those. It might be worth it too, I don't know. Okay. I probably play the 4 just to get it out of the hand, honestly, right? Just to like set up the N'Zoth. It's a bit of a problem. Well, I can use the Asphyxiate now. I don't have to, though. I need to make sure... I mean, not dying is our priority here, so... Well, Asphyxiate's a 50-50, right? That's the problem. To even hit the right one. Coin Mothership. Would set up the Clown, which would be really good. But like, mining Unholy Frenzy takes the most damage actually off the board. Because it kills both of the 5s. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. Doesn't do enough damage. Only deals 4. Okay, I guess we Mothership then. Yeah, you would kill both of the other 2. I think you just do this. Unless you like super low roll it. The board should probably be worth... Like, you only remove 3 more damage the other way, right? But it's so much better board-wise this way. I mean, you do make a pretty annoying board the other way, too. You still have the mining casualties up, but... Oh, good lord. Copy Asphyxiate? That we do. Do I have to, like, I could bump here, Frenzy, Asphyxiate. Unfortunately, like, leaving this up is not really an option. So I can't really just do this. I mean, leaving that up is not an option either. So it seems like that's the only play, right? If I would have done the better, if I would have cleared the extra minion last turn, would have been better against that. Well, we're probably gonna have to Cinder Ghost of this. Just whatever the fuck comes out of this. Unless he just chooses not to swing this turn. Yeah. It's like the worst case scenario, nice. At least it wasn't the 10-10. That would have actually been... Well, last turn it would have killed us, I guess. Yeah, but... Well, no, then we would have just double asphyxiated, though. Like, that would have actually unironically been better, probably. Now, it's like, I mean, I could Cinder Ghosted to kill this. I would Clown to kill this if I did that, right? Otherwise, I could Clown. I can Clown this, and then get casualties down, which might be better. One more damage on board, but we at least get the casualties out, which will help us deal with the next board. I mean, you could also Hero Power instead of to kill the extra guy, but possible is better. I don't know. It's like if I'm baiting him into taking these trades, though, we're at least saving health, which is kind of important. We just don't have that much healing, right? It's like we have the No Muncher, but it's not in our hands, so... I almost needed to have it already. Never mind, we just automatically lose. Well, we have that at least. I mean, that'll keep us alive, actually. I need this guy to just kill this off. Unfortunately, I guess I'm trading here. Because living is just the top priority, right? It's a really expensive trade, though. It could be wrong, even. Is the new Warrior 10-drop mech that drops 3 bombs in the anime deck any good? I don't think so. I mean, if you have like a really good Warrior, you could probably put one in, but like... Seems absurdly greedy. I haven't looked at the stats of that card, though. I would guess it's not good. In my review, I said it was probably not good.
Here for a good time. Here for a good time.
Really? I guess we gotta play this and hope that we just get the No Muncher again. Don't think I really have another play. I rolled. Yeah, its win rate is horrendously bad. Pick rate is really high, but its win rate is horrendously bad so far. Limited data, but it's just like way too slow of a card. 10 mana 8/8 rush is just, you know. Even like a 7 mana 8/8 rush probably wouldn't be very good, you know, at this point with how high power level is. Okay, 7 would be pretty good. But so I give up a 2/3 so I can get this down, right?
The citadel stands strong.
And there goes the power. We just did the review earlier in this stream, so if you go back in the VOD, you can see it. It'll probably be on YouTube soon, TM. It's also on the YouTube live VOD, which is better than the Twitch live VOD. So, well, it depends. If you prefer music, you would watch the Twitch one, I guess. Double volcano all the way across the sky. Problem with that thing is that I guess I go 8 drop here, right? Because like if this thing just eats that 6 damage, I'd feel kind of dumb. I know. I mean, you could go either way, I guess, but I should try to get this thing down whenever I have the opportunity to, but I don't think it's worth it over playing literally 69,000 stats on board. We're talking about barbecue, like one of the last times I had really good barbecue. I've had it in a few places, but Texas. I need to make a trip to Texas just for the barbecue at some point. I think I will give up a bunch of these. Let this go here. Like, I don't think we're gonna die like this, right? I don't really care if that lives or not, honestly. Some Cajun? Cajun's good. I've had Cajun, too. I did have some Cajun in the actual South, too. Yeah, Cajun's awesome, also. Oh my god, conductivity dunk tank? What the fuck? Oh, remember when you had half of a board? Just like automatically kill everything that's ever existed. Okay, that's fun. I've never even seen anyone do that. You can't even like use these together, so I guess I just have to do this first. If I could actually just straight up die, but unless I want to like start asphyxiating stuff, like I mean I could asphyxiate and Ripper and do this and this, I guess. That would be safer technically. Might have been right actually, but if he's killing all these, we're fine. Can I live? Like, I don't have AoE is the problem, so like, and he gets the best totem in the world. Like, do I just die? I don't know that I can even live at this point. I could try to hit a board clear this way. But like, that heal totem might have just killed me, even if I high roll this, right? I don't even know what I can get off of this, to be honest. I think I have to just play every spell and... try to live and just die to the next set of cows. I think he's gonna play like the 4th set of cows. Oh, he's only played 3, my bad. Or this will only be the 3rd. Meanwhile, I have this guy and I haven't even been able to use him. Just literally permanent infinite stats, infinite boards. I mean, we have like, we're doing the same thing, to be fair. It's just he's even more... He does it even better than we do. He goes under ours because our stuff is heavier than his. So we automatically lose. The problem. Okay, if I hit another AoE... I have to hit another AoE though. This could hit an AoE. I can't even use this though. I don't know, I'm gonna try to live with this actually.
Pick me! Pick me!
I have but little time.
It would have been a disaster if the death rattle popped. Is he doing... I think he might have been doing Bloodlust math. Or he was counting our lethal, maybe? Oh my god. Well, if it hits this... Oh wait, that was a 1, never mind. 2... He's dead, right? No, I can only add... I can only add 1 damage. Oh no, I can add 3 damage, right? So I have 11. 8. 13. He's actually dead. Thank God. We're actually able to beat the infinite swarm of cows. These games are draining. Yeah, when people just get to play, like, remember when a 5-mana 5/6 was good, and now it's just you get literally double that stats and half of it as rush, and that's just like normal now. Yeah, I just imagine how the games are going to be like 4 games from now if we were to hypothetically win all of them. It's gonna be crazy. Let me take a short break. We'll be right back in a second. Let's see if we can spectate anyone. Let's try to spectate Haze. Be right back. Appreciate everyone hanging out, of course, as always. Wolves. He's actually facing a Demon Hunter.
Shall we make a storm? Toys are much more fun to bring. Fresh fell steel, hot out of the kiln.
Oh, Tranix. Obliterating him. It's kind of rough. You can't really afford to glaciate here. I mean, he's probably not gonna die, right? I think he'll be okay. Might as well see the end of this. I mean, he gets to do both of these next turn still, right? Because he played the Mars spawn, so I mean, he'll probably be fine. That's absurdly rude. That's okay. That's less fine suddenly.
I see. We hunger for vengeance.
At least the prairie's gonna be really good. Oh, double prairie. Okay, now he's fine. Never mind. Wait, he gets to he could also macaw this. Dude, I didn't even think about the fact you can macaw this. I mean, I guess that's worse than macawying a prairie anyway. Huh. As long as this isn't the new legendary, he should just be okay here, right? The new legendary, the 8 mana 12/12, the whatever it's called. I don't think this is correct though. I think he should have I think he should macaw. He should have macawed and lackied here, I think. This might still save him though. Not trading there is a little weird. But now he just does this and he wins, right? Anyway. I'm pretty sure he just plays the Murlock and he wins. Positive impacts were pretty good. Gold panel. Which one do I start with? People just retire non-shaman decks? Probably. Force him to have to remove this, I guess. If he has like a Whack-A-Null, you'd have to like coin it here, I guess. Right? If that's the way you kill it. Probably worth it. Or we're just getting this. It's not like this really puts out more pressure. They'll nerf that 3 mana card. Well, is it OP and constructed though? They might. I don't know. Well, the thing that's weird is that they don't even like to nerf new cards in Arena anymore. So like, unless it gets nerfed for constructed, like the actual card gets nerfed, it's probably going to be in for 2 months at its offering rate. Unless people really complain about it, but... I'm gonna try to get another one of these. Another draw. Be annoying. It's just, they don't even like to lower offering rates of new cards. But that might be an exception, yeah. Because that thing generates a bunch of other banned cards. Ugh. Yellowfish. Gross. It's hideous. I think I'm just gonna play both of these actually. If he board clears us, he board clears us, but... Secret Hunter is viable and standard again, so he'll be nerfed in a week. Oh, fuck me. That one was not okay. On the bright side, I have all the corpses in the world now. I probably need to try to get bailed out by School Teacher here. Right, because, I mean, Eulogizer Trog is technically good enough. If School Teacher misses, we lose the game. I'm probably supposed to take the guarantee here. Because this is a good play. All this stuff's dying anyway, so... He got double stinky yellowfish? Disgusting. I don't know how many... Do you guys follow, like, by the way, the, Constructed Balance discourse is so funny because... It's like, there's like the division between people that want to nerf the OP stuff really fast, but then there's also... A lot of the tryhard players are so adamantly like, you shouldn't nerf anything for 2 months because you need the meta to develop before you know. That's like half of the Twitter discourse is just those 2 points arguing constantly. It's really funny, actually. Hearthstone Twitter discourse. I would actually recommend not following the Hearthstone Twitter discourse, but if you were to, that is pretty much all of what you see. Building a deck just to play for 1 week kind of sucks. Well, what kind of sucks about that, actually, more than a lot of points about that, is that the part of it that sucks is that they'll refund you for whatever individual card gets nerfed, but they don't refund you for the deck, right? Like, there's a ton of cards that you only play in that particular deck that you do not get refunded for, right? So for people that don't have all the cards, it really hurt. When they constantly nerf that hard, it's a little punishing. Oh my god. But yeah, if they lower... They probably will... I think the Death Knight card's probably extreme. That's the Murlock and Shaman will probably be the same thing. They'll probably lower the offering rate. I would expect... I mean, I've been seeing, I think, like, the most hated card in Arena, well, at least before this patch, it was Living Prairie, right? Like, people are probably gonna get that card nerfed too, I would guess, but... Which is probably justified at this point as well. He has to deal with this 2-1. That's kind of rude. I kind of dealt with it. I kind of have to do this now, right? Like, it's just not really better to do this when this enables this really good clear. And I guess I have 3 extra mana, so I guess I do this. So I can't do this yet. I mean, I could if I wanted to waste Frenzy, but...
My rule is eternal.
The citadel stands strong.
Yeah, no, secrets are... I don't know, secrets for the longest time, I don't know that Nate's ever going to change. Like, secrets are just kind of a failed concept in this game, I feel like. I kind of wish they would just stop trying to make it work, you know? But, I don't know. There's a million worse things about Hearthstone, but, like, it's one thing is, like, I don't know. I don't know that secrets are ever going to work out in the way they would have, like, hypothetically wanted it to. What does Nazoth resummon right now? Not enough, really, yet. If I Unholy Frenzy, I'm gonna get more of the future buffs, actually. It's kind of good. I can Frenzy and play the Clown and play the Muncher. Seems kind of good, actually. And that's like not like a, I'm not making anywhere near a unique argument. Like if you watch like a lot of like rogue players have always been frustrated forever about how they keep their class gets littered with secrets that are terrible. Kind of rude. Okay, well that kind of solves our problem. Ooh, I want that, but I probably want lifesteal weapon more. And with how we are with AoE, it's like this would be really tempting though. Healing probably Supreme though. This guy hasn't exactly shown the ability to make super wide boards.
Armies of bone. Lay waste.
I think secrets need to be more impactful. Well, the problem is they're so narrowly designed because they all have to cost the same amount of mana. It really limits them. It's actually impressive they managed to make such unique things given the restraints on it. It's just kind of a problem that they're so restrained design-wise just by that. They all have to cost the exact same amount of mana in every class. That really hurts, you know, the design they could do otherwise.
We've created a temporal anomaly.
Turns out AoE might have been good. Am I guaranteed is this a mech? Fuck, this is a mech, so it's like
My rule is eternal.
I think I need to try to get a board clear here.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Okay. It's gonna do more damage than I wanted to, but I don't really have a choice.
I have but little time.
Pick me! Pick me!
No return!
A fine purchase.
It's not what I wanted. And then we'll see. We'll try to get this down. I don't know that I can really afford to. Because I understand why they make secrets. It's like secrets are the only way in the game to actually interact with your opponent's turn directly, right? Because of the way the game is, because you can't do it otherwise. I understand why they want to make it work. So I mean, it's a tough concept though, design-wise. You know, like that's probably the reason they didn't want to give up on it ever, but which is actually very understandable. But
battle time. Unfortunate.
Can I afford to play the assembly bot here? If I play N'Zoth, just I'm really not that guaranteed for it to be all that good, even. I think I try to get away with this. Runes are similar in a way. Kind of. I mean, runes were a better concept. They were a good... You would probably also say they were a good idea executed, not the best, right? And they've kind of given up on runes is the thing. Which I think at least from the arena perspective is unfortunate. Because they honestly were kind of working in arena. It's just in constructed they weren't working as well as people would have hoped. Interesting if he takes his trade or not. You see how many board slots I even have here? I might want to... Huh. I guess I play this too. I could hold on to it in case our board gets blown up, but... I have a hard time passing on 6 free face damage. Woohoo! Think they replicate some of the Yu-Gi-Oh stuff? Well, all card games borrow from each other, and also a lot of recent Hearthstone designs have been very distinct duplicates of things that also happened to appear on custom Hearthstone subreddit years ago. Every expansion, there's examples of that, where people... It's funny that people pay enough attention to even notice. It's like every expansion, people are like, hey, wait, this card was literally on custom HS like 3 years ago. It's kind of funny. Was it Leo? Leo was actually a custom HS guy. I see. How Xbox is falling apart for Microsoft? I haven't really paid any attention to that. Yeah, I don't know. At least as of now, I don't think Microsoft's really managing Hearthstone at all. I mean, I know nothing, but like it doesn't... No indication we've ever gotten is that Microsoft's had any impact on Hearthstone development really in any way, except I guess maybe one of the more recent layoffs or something, but they don't seem particularly hands-on or anything, as far as we can tell anyway. It's a little slow, but Am I on the leaderboard right now? Well, the leaderboard just reset, but also I didn't get anywhere near 30 runs. I don't even think I had 10 runs last meta on any server. You know, I play on every server, and like I might hold this actually. Yeah, I probably need to hit something bigger than that. Something bigger than that. Honestly, well, what's funny is like they've been doing the 1 month seasons. I was already having trouble finishing enough runs to get on the leaderboard with 2 month seasons because I spread out my runs between servers. And now, since the last 2 seasons were 1 month, if they keep doing 1 month seasons, like I'm literally never gonna get on the leaderboard again because I'm just never gonna finish unless I start playing on only one server. It's actually completely impractical for me to ever get 30 runs in on one server. Especially because I've been doing a lot more of the Pokemon stuff now. This is the 6th Shaman. Let's check actually. It's a lot. I would say it's the 5th. I don't know. Let me check. Yeah, it's the 5th. We've faced 5 Shamans, 2 Death Knights so far. So we've only faced the top 2 classes 7 out of 7 times. So, welcome to a balanced arena. Hey, the top 2 classes, everyone's playing the top 2 classes, it's perfectly balanced, right? If you just only face the top 2 classes, everything's cool. No problem here. The top 2 classes are perfectly balanced. Speaking of barbecue, by the way, Memphis Dry Rub. That's a barbecue reference, right? Any other class got retired? We're at 6-0 is the problem. People can't really mass retire anymore because of the barcode change, so. Dabikovsky, how you doing? Greetings. I guess I just get this out of my hand. I want a mothership next turn, and then I probably want to play this on 7. I might play that with this on 7. I guess. This would let us reborn the mothership, which seems pretty good. Not really any reason to show him it right now. Don't know what I expected. Yeah, 4 targets. I faced twice. Yeah, that sounds great. What have they done to Demon Hunter? They just like printed new broken cards for Shaman and Death Knight, so now everyone's playing Shaman and Death Knight. Demon Hunter was already less popular. A lot of people just hate Demon Hunter. So please God no. Okay. If he gets a taunt totem there, we lose the game actually on the spot. The fuck is this?
Reporting for duty.
I think they devastated his discovery pool. Well, they didn't, but They made all the other discovery pools better though. So one of Demon Hunter's big advantages was that they had a modern discovery pool and other classes didn't. But that got neutralized a little bit. I think I don't remember what Demon Hunter got. We just did the review a few hours ago. But like, I don't even remember what Demon Hunter had. They were not memorable cards, so that's probably why. They got like a good 1-drop, situational 3-drop. They got an okay full. They got a good like snowball card, but like, yeah, their cards aren't at anywhere near the level of some of the Gigantify cards, like the Shaman and Death Knight ones. Two damage AoE. You will burn. Don't do that. I guess I go Clown and Unholy Frenzy. It actually lets us heal this up, which is actually kind of relevant here, right? So I just go Clown Unholy Frenzy. I doubt anything else. Like, what else would I do? I would go like just Panner Merchant. I don't even think. I mean, even if that did clear, it's probably not. It's just worse, right? How did Shaman get that 1-drop Murlock? They don't pay Arena much mind. Arena gets 0 attention at all in that way. Card design, balancing, Arena gets absolutely 0 attention. They fix Arena after the fact. They don't make any consideration to Arena. Because yeah, it's like, I mean, that might be, that Murlock might be the strongest card ever made in Arena, period. Actually. It really might be. I don't know, there's probably Titans that are better, but like, isn't it also like a common or something? What is it? I mean, I've already faced multiple opponents that had multiple of them. It's a rare, okay, but like still, yeah, it's like... That card's probably not even that good in Constructed, is it? It's kind of funny, but because it's too slow, right? The 8 just comes out too slow. Oh, you just played it in Shutterwalk? It is good with Shutterwalk. And the card we're talking about is Murlock Growfin, which is this card here. You can't see all of it, but it's a 1-mana 1/1 Gigantify. I can't exactly adjust this either. Actually, I kind of can. My whole board just died. What happened to my board chat? Everything blew up. But anyway, yeah, 1-mana 1/1. Summon a Tiny Fin with Rush and stats equals minions. So it's 1-mana 1/1 with a 1/1 Rush. Right, so okay, a 1-mana 1/1 with a 1/1 is already playable. But one of it has Rush, which is better. And then you also get an 8/8, which summons another 8/8. So you get a premium 1-drop and one of the best late game cards ever made, a 8-mana 16/16, half with Rush unconditional. And yeah.
My rule is eternal.
Armies of bone.
It's not OP in Constructed because turn 8 is like a mythic concept that doesn't exist in Constructed anymore, right? Almost every game you're dead by turn 8 already, so it's not even like remotely playable probably in Constructed. It's probably remotely playable, but you know, you'd have to be playing some super late game control deck that actually has a 5% chance of reaching turn 8 to consider putting in your deck. I mean, honestly, like, aggro Murloc decks might just play it because it's a good 1-drop, though. So, I don't know, actually.
That's an upgrade. Probably.
I get totem. I have totems in here, too. I might just do this to get the reborn. Maybe it baits a hex. I could play one of the other win cons this turn too. The deck is kind of funny. It's just like we have like, it's like, well, do I play the win con this turn? I mean, we have time. I could just play it next turn. Do I play ranked as well? Sometimes. I haven't recently. Not in the last month or so. Or maybe month or two. I just don't tend to enjoy ranked as much. If I ever get the desire, I'll just be like, okay, let me hit legend, but like I never have any desire to play ranked beyond like just hitting legend basically. Just like, you know, unless I was gonna go pro at that point, I'm just like, what's the point? I could play more arena instead. It's extremely rude. So we're gonna get a mech, we're gonna get an undead, we're gonna get a totem, unfortunately. Kind of fills up. We're gonna get a Quillbore too. That's it, right? We get 4 summons. Issue is we are not guaranteed to hit taunt, and it would board lock us. But we might hit rush. Won't I waste reborn? I would also waste reborn, yes. I'm not sure what I'm really supposed to do. I'm gonna do this. This is like relatively safer. I don't know if there was, it's just, we didn't have a good play with Howling Blast, otherwise we could have done something with Howling Blast. I didn't really see anything we could do with like Clown that really worked. So, I don't know. Yeah. If I had Contestant down, he would have had to sequence differently. I don't know, outside of the Hearthstone stuff, like, it's like if I'm bored, I'll do more ranked and stuff, but fuck me. Currently, I'm way more interested in, like, Pokemon stuff, so I'd rather do that right now. Frost Strike hitting Reska is actually lethal. Wait, do I also... Wait, I just have lethal, though. I actually have 22. This is 7 damage. Plus 1. So I also just already have lethal. Okay. I guess that was a really lucky roll for the Ragdahis in the face, actually, it turns out. Because if it hit anywhere else, we didn't have lethal. Otherwise, we would have needed to hit Reska to get lethal. Or just some other damage, I guess. I mean, probably like any other damage would have also worked. Not if the 8-8 died. Bet all your money on Shaman next game? You mean next game, not this game, right? Surely? That's what you meant next game. I got your back, don't worry. 30 arena runs to qualify for A rank is an extreme commitment. It is, unfortunately. Yeah, it's like, especially when it's a 1 month season. You know, like if you have a high average, even if you're playing really fast, like you're not thinking at all and you're on autopilot, an arena run, if you're like 6-7 win average, is gonna take like 2 hours on average. And that's if you're doing everything in your power to play as fast as possible. Like if you're actually like taking your time thinking and stuff, it's gonna take 3 to 4 hours. Like on average. So the sheer amount of time, that's part of why I've been like, Arena's been losing my interest, is actually just that, is that games take so freaking long because of all the lifesteal and stuff. Like, it's just, it takes so long. We're 2.5 hours into this run right now, and we've only played 7 games. I haven't been playing that slow. You know, it's such an absurd time commitment because games take so long now. Or maybe I'm only like 2 hours in. I don't remember exactly how long we were spending on the card review, but I want both of these pretty badly. I mean, most I don't need the healing of this either. If I get the other weapon, I don't need this, but I mean, I know this is gonna be good. I already have a 4, so let me check actually video. When did I actually start this? You know, it's been over 2 hours already. I started this run almost 2.5 hours ago. 2 hours, 20 minutes. We're at 2 hours, 20 minutes. We've only done 7 games. So our average, well, the draft was like 20 minutes, and then we've been, God, that's like almost 20 minutes a game. It's like 15 minutes a game. So long. Remember when arena games used to be like 6-7 minutes on average? They literally doubled. I think they go faster at low wins because you're not facing all these shamans and death knights that have a lot of survivability, but it's like, well, arena used to be 9 max, I think. Here's the funny thing, it was originally 9. That was like 11 years ago. It was 9 wins max. Would probably be better. The guy was bamboozling us, chat. Oh, get top decked. You ever buster here? I think I'd rather do those. Why do runs take so long? People fake AFK just to buff up their Twilight Drakes. This is why it takes so long. Let's go for this. You could get this down, but I think we want to be a little more mana efficient right now. Right back. You don't remember it all? It was like early beta or even late alpha or something. It was, I think it was before. Oh, that's the first time I've seen this card. It was really early. It was before I played. I started playing in the closed beta, I think, and it was before I played. It was really early on when it was actually 9 wins. Hopefully we don't just get completely memed by this. Well, he already played the first one. It's just next turn we die to the second copy. What does Gigantify do? If you know what Miniaturize does, it does the same thing, except instead of a 1 mana 1/1, it's an 8 mana 8/8. Well, hopefully we don't get fucked. You saw people on Reddit want Arena to be infinite wins. This is why you don't take everyone's feedback seriously.
My rule is eternal.
But I can't get all the way through, can I? If I screw this up, actually. I think I screwed it. I might have been able to do this. I was trying to get the damage through, but I think I might have screwed it up. Oh, I lost this too. Yeah, I did that really badly. I'm not sure if it was possible or not. I don't know if I had enough damage. I could have pushed the 8 without... Okay, well, he whipped, so... Yeah, I screwed that. I would have to look back at... There had to have been a better... There was 100% a better way to do that, but whatever. I'm gonna have to look back at it. How is the new MINISET weapon? You're talking about this one, right? We won like 2 games early on. We just haven't drawn it since. But yeah, like, I mean, both times we played it, it killed our opponent. So it's pretty good. We just haven't drawn in the last like 7 games. We have a good deck for it because, I mean, other than Bone Guards, we don't have corpse spending. We have a lot of corpses, so.
The Lich King versus Malfurion.
I must protect
We were lucky we didn't get punished for that because, I mean, that was a pretty bad play by me there, but. Oh. What is this? There's classes that are not Druid or that are not Death Knight or Shaman. That's really weird. They added one of the other 9 classes to the game. Nice. The weapon should be really, feels like it should be really good. It has overlap. I mean, one of the downsides of the weapon is it just has overlap with a lot of the other weapons and like the weapon discover specifically, which we happen to not have, right? Because if you have weapon discover, they tend to do the same thing anyway. And like compared to if getting the lifesteal weapon off of the discover, that one doesn't have lifesteal, right? This one doesn't. It's a better aggressive weapon, but it doesn't give you the lifesteal. So depending on what you have, it might just not be as useful for that reason, I think. But I think it would be a better card on average, actually, if it was just in a class that didn't have such an overabundance of late game weapons. Yeah, Runes of Darkness is the one I'm talking about.
What a find!
Because if you have Runes of Darkness, it just does the same thing as this, pretty much.
A natural mistake.
I feel like we're going to lose to Rheostraza, but hopefully not. At least we get a tier 3 excavate here.
I raise, you fold.
It's a good draw, so that'll activate our clown.
We must stop this corruption.
I mean, just ripping Mothership doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We could Frenzy. You go like Frenzy Heartstrike and then what? Merchant?
Rule is eternal.
No, you go Water Source, Frenzy. Merchant.
Little time.
Probably don't bother to hit this, I don't know why I would. I mean, instead of... I guess I didn't have to Frenzy? I don't know, I kind of had to, right? Next turn I have both of these. Probably going to be the play. That would heavily imply he's looking for his Rheostraza. I'm doing that there. We have to hope he just didn't find it. I mean, it might be too slow at this point anyway. Yeah, I don't think he can just rip Rhea here. I think he'll just die, right? I know he'll just die. Well, I guess it depends on what we pop out of this, but... He definitely shouldn't be able to get away. I have this damage too, yeah. Like, there's no way he should be able to get away with Rhea here. That was a high roll. I mean, that was a low damage roll for us. He probably, like, survives the Rhea turn, but... He does survive playing it, but the odds of him actually living seems absurdly low. Oh wait, does he even survive? We have 11 damage in hand. He wouldn't even survive Rhea, actually. He would still die. Oh. I said 11, right?
Time waits for no one.
Oh, he didn't coin first. Oh, I don't have 11 anymore, though. Because I don't have 3 minions on board. I only have 10 in hand, so I'm 1 off.
My rule is eternal. Here, have a balloon.
Do I just go face?
I have but little time.
Probably not. Against like Scale of Onyxia, it's really bad to leave that up actually. It probably at the bare minimum leaves up the 4/3, so I probably get the damage back to kill that thing. And that's the 4 damage we got there. So now he's just dead, right? And this is terrifying. It's like if I didn't have lethal here, we would lose, probably. In case we needed more damage. Alright, back to Shaman territory we go. We had a nice breather from the Shamans. Death Knight. Death Knight instead of Shaman. What a plot twist.
Let the blight begin.
You will know pain.
This card has negative impact, really? I wonder if that's matchup including. That's current patch. No, that's current patch all classes, so I can't really rely on this very well. No, his impact is like super positive. I might just keep this whole hand because it's like 2, 3, 4 in theory. I think I do. Like, what else am I looking for, basically? Alright, I'll try to get this on 3, I guess. That just pretty much guarantees we get the 3-mana Yeti. Nice. I guess I just trade everything, right? Protects the Yeti. And they thought Yeti was dead in this mode. We got 3-mana Yeti. Did it, chat? Got him. I need to clear this so that I can get Ghoul down too. I think we just lost. He has better cards than us, chat. Now, do I ever go Hero Power Panner? I don't think so, right? Not over this. Or this. Let's do this because it's more guaranteed to work with Frenzy in case it comes down to that. Technically, it's better against that guy too. So many things I just automatically win games off of this. Surely he missed.
You are unfit to serve.
Okay. I can go Panner? Unholy Frenzy. Actually, it'd probably be better to Hero Power Unholy Frenzy, right? That lets me clear the 2-1 as well. Alternatively, I could just play the weapon. Actually, I probably just weapon, right? I think we can... Even if I have to like not swing a turn, it's fine, but I can probably just keep getting this to work, actually. Frenzy's good, but it's not that good. It'd be better if I wasn't just like hero powering. You could go Cool Ghoul Frenzy. Or Frenzy, Heartstrike. Not really. No, Gold Panner, Hero Power, Frenzy.
My rule is eternal.
Or you go like Hero Power Swing. Hero Power Swing Cool Ghoul will be fine. I think I like the Frenzy though. Gets us a lot of corpses. That really sucks. It's like the worst thing that could have happened for us, actually. Him getting 2 premium 3-drops, man.
You call that a blade? I've got 3.
Those sobs.
Stay on the job.
I could get Muncher down. So what, like, it would be like Heartstrike. You'd have to trade here, right? To get Muncher down. It'd probably be better to just get the Cool Ghoul down this turn. Which would involve doing this. Kolst is really good too. Might be better, actually. Probably is better. Skeleton Crew's only on 1.
But little time.
I don't know if I could have taken a line where I just like went face with the weapon this whole time. I don't know. It's like I would die so fast to his minions if he had minions on board, right? Is the problem. Like I'd literally be... I would probably die this turn if I was ignoring stuff, so... Because I would have taken like another 10 damage or so. Already. Fuck me again. I'm probably going here, power double 3 no matter what.
is eternal.
I guess it's like I'm gonna swing into that thing, right? I think so. And then I just see if I see what comes out of it. And then I check this if well, it depends on if this is good or not. Or if this is good. This is not good, so I think we just do this. The Silverhand recruits are buffed up, which is horrible for us, but we'll try to manage. He's gonna summon a Silverhand recruit somehow. Oh wait, this class actually summons Silverhand recruits. Fuck. Does that effect play? Dude, wait, this actually works. Wait, this is insane. What the hell? I could actually lose to that. Help?
Light Bot is killing it!
Okay, I guess we check this first. We probably just win with the weapon here, right? In theory. That's a card. I might just take the free diver, actually. Wait, what does this do? It's like 5 turns, 12 damage. That's like way too slow, right? Probably just take the I probably just take the diver. This is sequenced poorly, but I almost want the damage, but I'm still gonna take Frost Strike, I guess. This probably also deals damage. I'm less afraid of, like, the other thing would be next turn lethal, but this would be more if he just happens to play another No Muncher or something, right? This would help a lot more to get through that. Rip. Oh, he like high rolled all of it. Nice. That sounds about fair. Well, the other thing would have been lethal here. Surely it'll be fine. This also gives us damage. But I'm passing Reska here. Guaranteed lethal, right? Yeah. Getting a frost spell, you're pretty likely to get the lethal anyway, so. You would have insta-picked Reska. That's probably the one time I've actually not insta-picked Reska in my entire life. What weapon is that? That is the new weapon, the new mini-set weapon, called Foam Render. It just kills your opponent. Isn't that great? It just kills your opponent. Oh my god, a Demon Hunter.
Rage pales before mine. You will know pain.
Didn't play the treasure. Hey, getting the non-finale lethal was fancier. Okay. I feel like I don't keep this against a Demon Hunter. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's just you get, if you have a bunch of corpses, it's just infinite 5 damage per turn, which is kind of, it's kind of absurd inevitability factor. It's really good when you have one of those and you don't actually have any other corpse benders, right? We just have the bone guards, so it's worked out pretty well so far. We haven't drawn it that much. I mean, we've killed our opponent with it every time we've played it, so. Basically, yeah, it is kind of like a better Mograine. It eats up your weapon slot, which might not be ideal always, but yeah. Okay, there's a lot of death rattles they might play on turn 4. So let's actually coin that contest in here. Try to make this card actually good. I could try to block a later turn with this too. There's actually a matchup where this card's actually potentially really good. Damn, that doesn't really help. Hit the 1/1. Oh, he's a fool, nice. It's just strictly wrong, right? I mean, he doesn't take an extra damage, but he misses 1 damage on our phase. Fine. Why did he do that? He's a Demon Hunter player. Is why. I guess in this case, we actually hero power just for the 50-50 of this thing survives, right? Or I just hero power kill this and I don't even play. I probably just play a Baron here, right? That just makes more sense probably. We get tempo on that 50-50, but then if we miss the 50-50, this is way worse than just having played a Baron. It's probably not worth it. I kind of need the draws anyway. Why do I bully Demon Hunter players when I am myself a Demon Hunter player? This is the real question. Maybe that's the reason I bully them.
This realm of death is filled with sorrow.
Fortunately, we don't automatically lose because we have a million initiative just like he does. Are we dead? Plays that on the turn he can't play Wolf. Interesting strategy. High rolls anyway. Nice. Make interesting play, but just high roll. Solid strategy. I might go Archaeologist Hero Power Frenzy here. Actually, if I swing this first and then I get the lifesteal to come back, right? So I swing here. And then I can... Well, I could also Baron to get like extra draw too. Probably worth it actually. I don't get the Archaeologist out, which kind of sucks, but getting the extra draw is probably worth it. And getting this thing out too.
The citadel stands strong. No return.
I have but little time.
No return. Dead man, ready.
thing took so long to summon. I thought I gave myself easily enough time. I thought I would have like 3 or 4 seconds left. That was so slow. Okay, Frost Strike. One option is just play this. Another option is go like Frost Strike. I don't think I can go Frost Strike Muncher. I could go... Wait, this thing doesn't even... This thing's not active yet, right? No. I can't do that either. This hasn't really been activated yet either, right? I wonder if I'm just supposed to start swinging at him. It kind of feels like I'm supposed to just start swinging at him. Play into cycle. I think I'm supposed to just start swinging at his ass. I was kind of hoping he would Inquisitor us, because then we would just get the Asphyxiate and then...
Each scar, a foe vanquished.
This is pretty good, though.
Strike now.
4-3-2, right? 4-4-2-3.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Light Bot is killing it!
We have the Naga in the pool for this now. At least, so this is becoming slightly playable. It's just we only have Undead still. It's still not active, right? What does the weapon do? It just never goes away. It's kind of OP.
Pick me! Pick me!
This is probably worth doing. I probably do this Asphyxiate no Muncher, right? I don't need this because I already have a weapon. I could do this instead of Muncher if I wanted to. It's more damage, it doesn't heal me, but I don't really need this, I guess. Kind of weird. Do I want to just... Because Manipulate is more damage. Well, I think I take it, but honestly, I probably... still play the Muncher. Doesn't it summon Syndragosa? Well, it might summon a wing instead of a Syndragosa. It might have been right to do this because, like, I have the clown, so, like, this would... Yeah, I don't know. Because, like, if he had 5 less health, I'd probably just kill him this turn, right? Do I kill him this turn anyway? 9... This... Boom. I don't have enough mana. Unless this... But this doesn't kill him, right? This might kill him. Is he dead guaranteed? Is this always kill? Oh wait, 5, 4, 4. 5, 4, 1. That's not lethal though. Unless I'm missing something, because he's at 9. This is only 8. Oh wait. Well, this could kill him. This could kill him, but it could not. I mean, this play's gonna be, like, safer anyway. It's pretty likely to be lethal. I'm pretty sure we just do this because it's so safe, though. Because with this play, either he's dead or he gets full cleared, right? So I should have checked to see, because I wasn't actually paying attention. If one of the minions lived, we could have hero powered him to kill him, so. The only thing we lose to now is if he, like, somehow hits us for 20 with his face and life steals all of it, right? Otherwise, we just, I mean, we're going to kill him with the clowns now, so. Yeah, exactly. If I had a 2-cost card in hand, I would have lethal that turn. But I needed, like, exactly a 2-cost card. Freaking mining casualties. Dude, that would be the best thing ever. Get gold pan or lethal, actually. You think this deck doesn't seem like crazy? The thing that's surprising, well, we had that one game we should have lost when we didn't have the AoE and our opponent had 1,000,000 cows, but we just somehow managed to squeeze that one out. The lack of AoE is what should kill this deck, but our late game is so good defensively that it's just kind of worked. Everything's kind of worked for this deck, you know? And the drawn out games, the weapon is auto won for us, so. Because I don't think the weapon's actually that good in the average deck, but it's been a very key piece of this deck. Our deck would not be 12-0 without that thing. Because we would have had games where we ran out of value and just lost board and died. The way our deck is constructed has worked out very, very well. We'll see, by the way. I have like two more days. I'm going to probably stream the next 2 days. I might be doing... I think tomorrow I might do some Hearthstone. I'll probably do a mix of Hearthstone and Pokemon tomorrow. And then I might do Pokemon on the last day. Actually, I might be video editing the last day. We'll see. I might try to do some travel streams, actually. Which I have not tried to do in a long... ever really. I might try to stream remotely from a laptop over the weekend maybe. We'll see how that works out. I need to prepare for that too, actually. I probably gonna have to just not stream on Friday for that. Or, yeah, Friday. Oh, a Shaman was surprised.
Versus Thrall.
For Doomhammer, you will know pain.
A new Chinese account. Curiosity, I must see what the name translates to. Calm Black Snake. Okay, it's a basic account. This would be the account that many. This is the type of account that it has all the R code signs, right? But you never know.
Watch your back.
Surely they won't have a million cows. Surely. Haha! I have a giant redfish. Will this be the best temple quilter in history? Go! Okay, at least hit the one that was important. Unless he has evolved, then that was actually the less important one. Yeah, fuck. It's still kind of bad, but... Could have copied a yellowfish, I know, right? I feel like we go school teacher and then we just hope we find something that helps here, right? We could go archaeologist frenzy, but I think we trust the school teacher to give us like something useful like that.
Anybody?
Pick me!
He's gonna get to draw again, but I don't think the top 4 classes change with MINISET. No, the 2 of the top classes, like Shaman and Death Knight, both got better with MINISET, so I think the top 4 are probably exactly the same, actually. You actually go Golem Frenzy here? You probably do, actually. I think you do. Just kind of fits the mana and everything. Not the ideal frenzy, but, you know, to get an extra one of these seems worth. He's like actively choosing not to draw. That would always be an interesting thing. The top 3 are Death Knight, Demon Hunter, Shaman, yeah. I mean, the 4th on HS Replay is a Hunter, but like Mage is not far off, so the top 3 are the real division from everything else. Nice. I could actually overdraw him here, but I like getting this damage here. Could be wrong. I mean, that was pretty good card draw. It's just I don't exactly need card draw right now. Here come the infinite cows. Like this one little rush thing is so relevant. Because that little rush might have just won him the game on the spot, actually. if it just didn't have rush, that little 1/1, we could have killed this 5/4. Yeah, I think we just lose. This seems like an unbeatable deck with all the barcode signs, so, you know. There's a long queue, and I've been kind of suspicious that you might actually hit barcode queue if you don't find any other opponents. Maybe I should have reset, actually. Maybe when your queue goes long, you're supposed to reset so you don't hit barcodes. That might be a thing, actually. Kind of curious. I need like one more Nazoth hit. Oh, great. Oh, no. Can I please? I think the... Am I still live on YouTube, by the way? Can you guys see me? Because, like, Twitch is dead. My Twitch stream is dead. I can't connect to Hearthstone. Am I still live on YouTube? And I've been given a loss on my... I logged in on mobile, but, like, I can't connect to Hearthstone. What the fuck? So I'm on YouTube, but everything else is broken. I couldn't reconnect on mobile in time either. So did I actually get, like, drop hacked, basically? But, like, it killed my internet, too. Like, I'm not connected to Twitch anymore. Like, I can't reconnect to the game either. Is this outside influence? Apparently. Well, it's like I'm connected to the internet because I'm streaming on YouTube, but I can't connect to Twitch and I can't connect to Hearthstone. I got drop hacked. Apparently there are certain card combos, there's like bugs where if you play certain, there are bugs right now where if you play certain combinations of cards, it actually drop hacks your opponent currently. I don't think it's something that's in Arena though, but there are actually like things that are essentially drop hacks. I don't remember what happened in that game, if that was one of the cards, but there are actual like drop hacks in Hearthstone right now. It's just a bug thing. But like I also got dropped out of Twitch. Like I still can't reconnect to Twitch, so I don't even know what to do at this point. Like I can't play the game either. I could play on mobile, but you guys want to watch like this? Should I just like go full webcam? Here's what I should do. I go full webcam mode and then I just stream like this. You guys want to watch like this? I mean, at least it's like, I think we were going to lose the game anyway. That game, but like, I mean, losing like that is not ideal. I don't know what to do though, because like, I literally, like, I tried resetting it and I can't reconnect to Battle.net, so I could play on mobile, but it's so weird because why would I, like, my internet's like half dead but not totally dead. Like, this doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand. How would I be able to stream on only YouTube and not Twitch? It makes no sense. I mean, it might be like, I guess that might be an ISP thing, that only certain connections died and other ones didn't. But I don't know what to do, because I could put this on, like, actually, I could put it here, so it's like, this is what I'm looking at right now. It's like, I literally just cannot. Okay, now I can. Okay, now I'm online. Okay, now it just finally started working. Okay. Now it works. Let me try to put the Twitch stream back on. Because I also couldn't reconnect on mobile, which I'm on a different network, so. YouTube was just goated, basically, yeah. Like, it just, that makes no sense. Like, how does that happen? Back? Yeah, apparently. It looks like we're back on Twitch. So it was really weird. I actually did not disconnect from YouTube at any point, apparently. But I disconnected from Twitch and I disconnected from Hearthstone. Completely. I wonder, I heard there's actually bugs right now where if people play certain combinations of cards or certain cards, it actually drops your opponent. So I wonder if we actually got drop hacked. We might have actually been drop hacked. But that doesn't explain why the stream died, though. That wouldn't explain why the stream would have died, though. So, probably not. It was probably just an ISP thing. But, in any case, we did get a loss. I tried to reconnect on phone, but I also couldn't reconnect on phone. It didn't let me, so. Is there any way to report this to Hearthstone? They don't really do anything about that. I do have evidence, I guess, yeah. I don't know. They don't really compensate you for anything. Even if it's their fault, they don't really care. In any case, okay. I heard people were having a lot of disconnect issues yesterday too, though. But yesterday, a lot of the games were just not caring or not counting.
You asked for it.
The past is dead.
I disconnect my phone to Wi-Fi. It wasn't connected to the Wi-Fi at all. It was on a separate network, and I still couldn't reconnect. I couldn't connect to the game in time. Even it was never connected to the Wi-Fi at all. I don't usually have my phone connected to the Wi-Fi. Maybe it's a sign to play Call of Dragons. True. Have you guys heard of Call of Dragons? A game graciously sponsoring our channel. You can support the stream and support the game by downloading via the link. I don't connect my phone to the Wi-Fi. I actually have I have like unlimited phone Wi-Fi, but not unlimited Wi-Fi. So it's actually like, it wouldn't make any sense for me to actually have my phone connected in general. My phone's actually always had issues with Wi-Fi too, for some reason. I have a great phone in every other way, but sometimes it's slower when it's connected to Wi-Fi randomly, so. Ah, I feel Fire Imp now. Got him. Ah, Zapper. The the drink water command didn't work. Damn, I drank the water though, I got debated. For some reason, that broke the alert too. There must be something weird going on. Internet-wise. I don't even know what that would mean, but there's like something bizarre going on. Well, you can't have another Hellfire. Yeah, my mobile data gets throttled if I use it past like 30, 40 gigs or something. Do I just mothership? Unfortunately, he got 3 health guys, so it makes this like a lot worse than it would be otherwise. I could just go mothership and like value trade this, I guess. Kill those. I guess. The trade seems worth doing rather than just leaving him with those really good trades. I don't think anything else makes sense. I apologize. I was ignoring the chat during the last disconnect because I didn't realize YouTube chat was actually still on. So I was just sitting here. I was like, I didn't realize I still had an audience. That's why I wasn't talking or anything. Good thing I didn't take off all my clothes and start dancing like I normally would after this stream. So I can go Heart Blossom, reap what you sow, and then I could do this. I might actually prefer to just do this.
Death calls.
I mean, I don't technically have to kill this. I could try to fish for something good off of this too. I might do that. Only one new card in this deck? I haven't paid attention to that, but probably. Yeah, this is okay. What's the meta? This is our first run, and well, we got disconnected from the last game, which sucked. But other than that, for the last 11 games, this meta has been perfect, so I would say change nothing. Other than our opponents doing this combo that full clears our entire board. I did see Ratsma streaming, yeah.
Pick me! Pick me!
Hmm.
Give the best hugs.
Do I trust this to die? I mean, I don't. But maybe it does, though. We were just that skilled at the game. We did it. I have to check, actually. There was a card I was told about that actually disconnects people right now. It is a Shaman card. I don't know if that was played, though. I have to go back and look and see what card was played that broke it. But I don't think it was a Hearthstone issue because it killed the stream too. It killed the Twitch stream. Like, it wouldn't make sense. Well, Hearthstone is weird and like anything can break the game. But like, it wouldn't make sense that it also killed our stream. That was the thing. That wouldn't. Like, a Hearthstone bug shouldn't kill my stream. So.
Armies of bone.
But it was weird that it only killed my Twitch stream. But that probably depends on which server I'm connected to or sending data to or whatever, right? I underestimate the power of Hearthstone bugs. That is actually accurate, probably, yes. I just drastically underestimate how vitriolic Hearthstone bugs are. It's gonna be fun splicing. I thought I was recording locally, but I guess I wasn't. It's gonna be fun splicing all the VODs together to actually make that work after everything was. Dude, what the fuck? Anyway, I guess we did it. First run of the meta, 12 wins. A bit of a weird detour, but we did it. And watch this on YouTube in the future or present. Hit the like button, subscribe, comment, all these things. Watch this on Twitch. There's no like button, but you can still subscribe and comment in Twitch chat. And you will be in the YouTube video. That was pretty good if he wasn't dead. Yeah, it was like if he had a flame ward there, it could have been a little bit of a problem. But yeah. So from render carried, I think we were gonna lose that Shaman game anyway, so I'm a little bit less annoyed than I would have been if I actually thought we were gonna win that game. So yeah, anyway. I mean, good deck though, so I think a lot of things worked out and the deck synergies tend to work out. So it worked out. We got a golden Helm of Humiliation. I got spoiled by that, by the overlay. Anyway, imagine if we were actually not dead there. Or if he was not dead there. Bye-bye! Alright. So if our first run didn't do well, I was probably going to do another one. God, I have 4 more of these. Disaster. I I guess we'll go to Call of Dragons now. Again, if you want to support the channel, we would very much appreciate if you can download the game via the link, and if you get to level 5 was actually really fast in this game. I did level 5. I only played the game for like 10 minutes before, or it was like, I mean, it was maybe like 20 minutes. Half of it was just watching like movies in the game basically, so it was really fast to actually get to level 5, but then it was like 20 minutes and you were finished it. But there's a link in the YouTube description anyways. But I'm going to have to end the YouTube stream because last time I did one of these mobile games, I don't know if this game's different, but apparently some of the mobile games actually get copyright struck. The music actually gets copyright struck on YouTube. I found that out last time, so unfortunately I have to end the stream before I even start doing it. So appreciate everyone hanging out on YouTube. But for that reason, I literally can't stream it anymore. So we will see you guys later. Appreciate it again. Peace out.